countless sleepless nights. Everybody on your board, you all our members have voices, personal and professional. I understand we're in the village. I understand that we have personal voices. Use those personal voices. The sounds of silence is all we have heard from anyone. I have not seen any of you in any of our fundraiser events. We are the fortunate few to call Lincoln County our home. We are the fortunate few that can say we do live in paradise. We are all citizens of Lincoln County. Be good neighbors. You must research, investigate, and embrace your voice. Silence like a cancer grows. Help stop the concrete batch plant permit location. Take a drive out there. See where it is. So many people I talk to say, I thought that was done. Yeah, we've gotten two refusals by the New Mexico Environmental Department saying that they did not believe the permit should be allowed. Roper continues with his legal team, continues to fight the fight. From the mountain to the prairies to the oceans, white of foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. I know today, and first off and foremost, I appreciate y'all's attention. I got about 45 seconds left. I appreciate every one of your attention. You guys know me. I know you guys. This is not a hidden secret of what's going on. People think it's over. It is not over. We're in debt. We have to fight this thing. Things will change. If we let that go through, no telling what's going to be next door to it. It's so sad. You know, I appreciate business. I appreciate Mr. Roper's foresight to get out there and get his business going. That's great. I applaud that. But his decision to put a batch plant on Highway 220 in that location is unacceptable. I would appeal to your voices outside of this environment. We're not in the village, but the village is in Lincoln County.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. God bless America.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Temp, we are live.
We're live?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kevin.
Thanks, Kevin.
We just went live on YouTube, and to bring up everybody that's tuning in, we did proceed with the introductions of our Parks and Maintenance Facility Directors and Recreation Operation Director, as well as the employees recognition, introduction of the new employees and promotions. Also, Mr. Dorgan gave an update on the mountain coaster out at Eagle Creek. The major problem is workers. And that's where we're just delayed, as we are always delayed. I did read over all the consent regular items, and after I was done, Councilor Lutterman was making a motion for approval, and we'll proceed from there.
I'll second her motion.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Yes, Councilor Letterman,
Aye.
Councilor Hooker,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas,
Aye.
Councilor Eby,
Aye.
Councilor Coughlin,
Aye.
Councilor Jackson.
Aye.
Okay. I'm glad we got that figured out, because I was about to say come 5 o'clock, we're going to go into recess so those of us that haven't voted will have time to go vote and then come back and reconvene at 7 o'clock. So, as I mentioned, we did the mayoral reports and presentations. We have no boards and commission appointments in this meeting. And now we'll move on to the village manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, councilors. And sorry for, any technical difficulties, but if the lottery had them, I guess we could have them too.
Yeah.
But moving on, Mayor Pro Tem and council, I want to report that, Ron, myself, Jenny, there's several of us that did attend the New Mexico Infrastructure Finance Conference, along with the clerks conference as well. And, there's a lot of updates that are ongoing with IPRA and how we handle IPRA. So moving forward, Jenny is more than likely going to be bringing some procedural matters before you in the future so that we can get up to date on the way that we're handling some of those Freedom of Information Act requests that are coming in, or public records inspection requests. I also want to inform you that I just took a call because some of the people over at the polls were complaining about 2 mobile homes rolling in. But we got the first delivery of mobile homes coming in for our housing project on 1114 Meacham. 2 of them are parked at the ball field next to the fire station too.
Yes.
And the next 2 just rolled in, which we're going to be staging in the convention center parking lot.
Okay.
You know, by the end of the week, we should have 12 of them within the community. And as early as next week, they'll start placing the first mobile homes on site. So, you know, it's been a long time coming. The rain really slowed us down, but Grindstone Lake filled up, so,
That's good.
yeah. We're going to be requesting a special meeting of the council on the 21st. And a couple of the items that we're going to be asking to be considered at that time are the rules for the housing. We still haven't established some of the rules like pets and yard maintenance and things of that nature that we need to bring before you and establish those rules. And then actually set the price according to the cost factor spreadsheet that I've set up for the enterprise fund. So we'll be bringing that forward to, you know, get that approved and preparing to start taking residents in as soon as the homes are set, inspected, and ready for occupancy. In addition to that, we do have the conceptual plans, and we have incorporated your all's comments into the conceptual plans for the Department of Public Safety building, and we are ready to bring that forward to you for your final approval so that we can move towards design. So that will also be an item that we'll be requesting on that agenda for the 21st. In the manager's report, I just want to point out a couple of different areas as well. When we start to look at, you know, I talked a little bit about the Horton Complex. The court building is moving forward. We do have a capital projects update meeting tomorrow morning, starting at 7 o'clock, where we'll be fully informing on all 68 projects that we have on the books.
Tomorrow or Thursday?
I mean, Thursday at 7, I apologize for that. And then I just wanted to point out that, you know, short-term rentals on the permitting, we've hit an all-time high. Currently, we have 1,254 permitted properties within the village of Ruidoso.
Wow.
You know, going back to 18, that's a little bit over 1,000 more permitted properties that we had. So the compliance is working. You know, I would request that sometime that we consider, you know, are the other safety factors or compliance working? And, you know, sometimes we do hear complaints about the noise ordinance and things of that nature. So, you know, that may be an item that we go back and consider at some point in time on how we handle that aspect of it. With that, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to call on Austin to come up and start. I'm going to kind of go in reverse order. So
works.
Austin, if you want to come up and give us an update on your airport improvement plan.
Y'all should have got a handout from them.
Thank you, Manager Dodge. Good afternoon, Council, Mayor Pro Tem.
Slide that microphone a little bit towards you, Austin, please. Thank you. Good times.
You should have an updated improvement plan in front of you at this time. If you notice, the updates are going to be bullet pointed in the red. So those are the topics that we're going to touch on briefly. The first item, issue and concern, setting up the advisory board committee. We initially had this item complete in the meeting that we held this morning to inform Manager Dodge of the updates we've had. We have decided to add an additional one. We'll go ahead and get there in just a moment. The bylaws are expected to change by the Airport Advisory Board via email before the November meeting, which is coming up. Planning for the second meeting is underway at this time, and it has been determined that we need to have Zach Cook initiate some board training for the board members if possible. And I'll get with you on that here in a little bit. We'll go ahead and move on to the next item, which is the fuel farm relocation. Everyone's been anticipating on the numbers that come back for this. and we have received those numbers. So we received the budgetary estimate from D&H on October 27th, 2022. This estimate came out to $295,131.75. And counselors, please do keep in mind that this does not include engineering drawings or a formal scope of work, so it will probably be more than that. The next item is the FBO contract. Last week, I established quite a few meetings with Christella and Andrea, and in these meetings, we discussed the correct approach to take on these RFPs. Following up with that meeting, we discussed the progress and research that I've done and I've brought to the table on that. We determined that we needed to get with Zach Cook to identify some agreements that we should use for the RFP. Following this meeting, I went ahead and conducted more research as directed, submitted more IPA requests to Farmington, Las Cruces, and Carlsbad to retrieve agreements and information about how they went about the process in contracting the FBO. I did receive these IPA requests back, and I'll give you guys kind of a brief rundown of how this RFP is going to work and how other airports do it. As of right now, our airport, as being employees by the city, we pretty much run all the operations out there, and we run the FBO itself, which is the fixed base operation. In comparing this to Farmington, whereas they have contracted out the fixed base operation, the FBO, they've contracted it out to Atlantic Aviation. Essentially, their role is to take over and do the fueling services, fuel sales, hangar leases, tie downs, everyday operations for the airport. So with the IPA requests that I got, I obtained some of those agreements from them. That's going to give us some better direction to go in for this RFP. And then we're going to sit down and have another meeting on this next week. The next item on here that has updates is going to be fuel pricing. The data that I received from the IPA request, I've compiled the ramp, tie down, overnight, and landing fees together, and I've summarized the average data for that. What led us to do this is, of course, we need to revamp those fuel prices and observe surrounding areas, see what they're doing. Carrizozo, Las Vegas, Artesia, Carlsbad, Deming, and Clovis do not have any fees associated with these, with parking, landing, anything associated with that. Do keep in mind some of these areas that I've listed, like Carrizozo, Las Vegas, Artesia, they are a little bit smaller than us, so it's hard to compare. We do get a lot of jet traffic and a lot more tourist related activities here. The city of Farmington, Santa Fe, Alamogordo, and Taos have an average daily tie-down cost of $6.87 and a monthly average of $40. So relatively, these were the two that were similar in size to us that can kind of give us an idea if we need to change anything on our pricing for tie-downs, anything like that. For aviation fuel prices, I did go in and analyzed our fuel prices and how they're broken down based on the taxes and everything else that's added onto it. If you guys have any questions or concerns about how the fuel pricing is broken down, I can go into detail on that.
You could send us that report.
Okay, I'll send that to you. Okay, I'm going to jump down to the next one we have updated. Let's evaluate the need for a mechanic shop, an A&P mechanic that will provide services to work on aircraft at the airport. Again, we established the meetings that we held with the other RFPs, Christelle and Andrea. and determine if the RFP is necessary, or if an agreement should be developed, considering the expressed interest by the A&P mechanics that we've had come into the airport over the last month or two. We held a follow-up meeting after that to discuss the progress and research done on the topic. And again, I brought back more information for us to analyze. And Zach Cook attended one of the meetings with us, and he was able to draft a lease agreement for review and discussion, which we'll bring that to the table and discuss that again. The hangar that we have at the airport that we've been looking to have better usage of space, that aircraft has since been removed. It's been washed and delivered somewhere else. Our hangar has been cleaned out, floors have been washed and scrubbed, and it's ready to be used for other purposes. So this item has been completed.
Austin, may I ask?
Yes.
To go back to the, I'm sorry, I've got a frog in my throat. To go back to the mechanic shop.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
do you need looking at a mechanic shop or the mechanic? Both?
Essentially, we're looking for a certified mechanic who will be able to utilize that space, so we will lease it, or we'll lease it to them, and they'll operate out of that hangar. So they'll have to provide their own equipment, items like that.
Okay, so we've got the place, we just don't, okay. And what
Correct.
is an A&P mechanic? Is that somebody that is specifically?
Certified by the FAA to
Got it.
work on
Okay.
aircraft.
Stands for airframe and power plant. So they can work on the body of the plane and the engines.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Believe it or not,
Yes.
I went to school for that.
Counselor, just to kind of elaborate on, you know, what we're looking at is, we're looking at developing all options.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, as we put out RFPs, we may look at an operator that may come in and offer full services for everything. Or, you know, they may not. So somebody may come in and just, you know, want to do the mechanic services and whatnot. So all we're really doing right now is, with the RFPs and what Austin is proposing, is just really looking at the whole picture comprehensively. And then as we develop those options, then we'll be coming back to the advisory board and then to the council to make recommendations on how we change the operations.
Thank you, Manager
Thank
Dodge.
you.
The next item we have updated is determining activities. I've set this date for December 31st. I've made some arrangements to meet with Tim Roberts and Sydney Mallory. We're going to be looking at some events we can try to squeeze in the springtime before the big project starts for redoing the runway. Next item is going to be rental cars. This is also included in the 3 RFPs that we're doing. I've gathered the information that we need to make the agreement, initiate the RFP, and I expect to get this out and back before January 31st, 2023, to have all this stuff played out.
Austin, your first bullet point on the rental cars mentions A&P mechanics. Probably a cut and paste.
I do apologize.
Yeah.
The next item is going to be terminal beautification. We've had some updates on that. I met with Judy to discuss an initial budget to purchase TVs, a fire stick, that way we can get our information center set up better. We had LeMay Electric install the 3 power outlets for the designated areas for the entertainment TVs. And on the exterior of the terminal, I've contacted Joe Lara with the Forest Service Prevention to discuss obtaining some signage, Smokey the Bear statue to place in front of the terminal for added decor and useful information. We are also discussing having a fire danger sign showing some of the levels and conditions that we're currently in. And the next item is agreements and contracts in the council workshop. You guys mentioned that we need to remove the director and manager signature sections from the lease agreements temporarily. And in the future, if we'd like to go ahead and keep those, we'll need to create a policy. So I'll be adding in an item on here to create that policy to allow for signatures.
Very good.
That's all I have for you guys.
Any questions for Austin?
No?
Thanks, Austin.
Very well done, thank you. Okay,
I just want to make sure we're before we,
before you present, that's fine.
Mayor Pro Tem Councilors, Tim Roberts and Sydney are going to come up and present the plan. They're two of the team members that have been working with us on redeveloping a scope of work for the RFP for the marketing plan. This is a qualifications-based bid that we're putting out there for a marketing company. We've had the agency working with us previously for a number of years. Their contract is up for renewal as well. So with that, a lot of the services that they performed before are part of our marketing efforts as a community. So with this process, and Tim's going to go into details on it, but what we're doing is putting out an RFP for a marketing professional. They're going to come in. Our first task that we would recommend would be a marketing plan, and that would be moving into strategic planning so that we get the Lodgers Tax Board on the same page with, the governing body and other stakeholders in the community. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Tim so that he can elaborate a little bit more on the services.
Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, I think, Tim, you summed it up pretty good, actually. No, as Manager Dodge said, the Team Tourism Group has taken a pretty hard look at our marketing implementation strategy and realized that we were lacking a pretty significant component to that, and that is an actual marketing plan. So we're doing a really great job of implementing various marketing activities and getting the word out there, but what we don't have is a comprehensive plan, much like we do for our strategic planning process and comprehensive planning process, to get us to the next level, to get us 5 years down the road. So that's what this marketing RFP is looking at. It's looking really for a firm to come in and help us develop a plan for the future. And it's not just about promoting the tourist activities here in the Ruidoso area, but it's also about effectively communicating with our residents and our citizens and building a plan to get that information out as well. We hear a lot of feedback from folks say, you know what, we didn't even know this was going on. And we realize that maybe we're doing a better job of promoting what we're doing outside the area than we are internally. So we also have to communicate effectively with our citizens, and not just about events, but also about the various services of all of our departments, whether it's the convention center or Parks and Rec, or the roads department, or the water department. All of the departments that make the village move smoothly ahead, they all have to have a marketing wing too. So all of them will be part of this component as well. It's not just going to be a marketing plan for what Ruidoso can do for folks from out of town, but it's also a marketing plan about what the village is doing for the citizens that are living here and paying into the tax base and et cetera. So we're excited about that. As Manager Dodge said, it is a qualifications-based proposal, so it has no budget attached to it. What we're looking for is the absolute best firm to take this on. And we're making this a national search, looking for a group that's done things for other communities like Ruidoso. So we have a very, very high threshold in terms of references and portfolio. That's what we're really going to be looking at. Are they qualified to do this? And then we can start figuring out, what the budget will allow and things of that nature. But really, it's about finding the right fit for Ruidoso moving forward. So,
On that note, Tim, what would the timeline be? I know the RFP, is that what you're gonna go? Good.
So we issued the RFP on October 26th. Sorry. The deadline to submit questions is going to be November 9th. We have, our goal is to have an evaluation committee around November 17th to the November 23rd. To then we will select our finalist on November 30th. Best offers to the finalist will be November 30th, so we can bring back this to council December 13th.
And then once it's awarded, as far as the strategic planning or all that, what is that time frame?
That was kind of going back with what Manager Dodge said, getting with the lodgers tax, getting with the strategic planning.
So 3 months with getting with the lodgers tax and us, and then coming back.
Mayor Pro Tem Council, the way that we're lining this up in the timeframe, the schedule we're working on, is it would line up with our strategic planning process. So mid to late January is when we would start going through the assessments and working with the council and the Lodgers Tax Board as part of our strategic planning processes.
Okay. Okay.
They would be on board and essentially be doing, assessments of our, just like we normally would, strengths, threats, opportunities as it relates to marketing.
Right. Because in past, it's always my understanding here in these months, we're already planning May, June, July, marketing to get that moving. So that's
That's
where I was
correct.
wondering when, who's selected on the RFP, would that be too much of a crunch time to try to get those all?
Mayor Pro Tem Council would be more focused on events starting in July.
Okay.
And with, coinciding with the budget and the new fiscal year.
Okay, that makes sense. That's,
Mayor
answers my
Pro Tem Council, I
question.
think, echoing what Manager Dodge said as well, we're gonna continue, we already have an existing plan in place with our current contractor, so we'll continue to, market through those efforts. This is just planning for the future, so.
And Mayor Pro Tem, one of the other components that Tim didn't mention is knowledge of the community.
right.
That's a heavy weight as well, so.
And in addition, educating the tourists that come in within our stewardship of the natural resources. So just kind of everything that we value as a community, putting that messages forward.
Exactly. I think in the past, we've been doing a pretty good job on that, actually, or I thought.
Yeah, and who
People
best knows
responding.
than somebody that lives here? I think the agency has done a really good job.
And Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, we put it out and it has to be a fair, open process.
Right.
But there is weight on the knowledge of the community. So we do value that within the RFP.
Good.
Mr. Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem and Tim as well. If I'm trying to walk through this with the moving parts, so is the idea behind this RFP to be that of a consultant who then would manage a plan, who would then interconnect with the agency as the fiscal agent to initiate or not?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may answer that?
Sure.
The idea is to put out an RFP on a qualified basis, have marketing firms respond to it, with the different areas that we're asking of expertise, similar to like picking, if we wanted to pick a doctor, you do it on a qualified basis. They would come up with a plan, working with the stakeholders in the community of what that marketing plan would look like, including tourism and, as Tim mentioned, facilities or whatnot. Marketing the services that we offer at the community center are going to look much different than the efforts that we would make marketing tourism. So we want to do it comprehensively for the whole community. They would come up with that plan, and then we would bring back task orders on how that firm would implement their tactics to target the various markets and reach the various demographics that we're trying to either attract to the community or provide services to within the community.
Thank you.
Any other questions? You guys?
No, I think
That's
we're good.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mayor Pro Tem, and if I may just expand a little bit on that, like for the community center, obviously the community center is acting as a senior center traditionally with the population. So, you're going to be utilizing other means of contacting them, like email or direct calls or text messages, other than not using Twitter or things of that nature. So the social media, the marketing of that, it's much different. The Insider has become a very
right.
popular, instrument to reach that demographic. But every single department, every aspect of services that we offer, we'd go through and we'd have a comprehensive strategy on how we would communicate with the various demographics of the people we serve. So it's not just about marketing the tourism, it's all inclusive.
And if I may, Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
and then, so who's on the committee to approve or to screen out?
The process is an internal, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor, the process is an internal. Our members are Tim Roberts, Samantha, and Ron are the ones that will be doing the scoring on the criteria that was pre-established.
Thank you.
Anything else? None? Thank you guys very much.
And Mayor Pro Tem Council,
Yes, sir.
I know oftentimes we become comfortable with the organizations that we're dealing with that are third-party contractors. But, you know, with procurement laws, we have to put those things out.
Of
We have to
course.
give everybody a fair chance.
Sure.
Yes.
Moving forward, Mayor, I want to go ahead and we're going to talk about the updates for the sewer line project. So
Yes, sir.
Chris, Adam, and Ron, I believe you're going to handle this portion of it. And I think we can add in on this presentation, the acquisition as well. So Adam, you want to come up?
Oh, good. No technical difficulties. Adam and I put together a quick presentation on where we are with the sewer line project. We're going to kind of combine it with an update on the easement since Ron and I and Adam have been working closely together on obtaining the easement so that we can move forward with this project. The start of the location work is delayed due to easement issues. We're still working to obtain some of the easements in different locations. We've done everything that we can, working with Zach and working with High Watermark to try and obtain those easements, trying to address the concerns of each of the homeowners and make sure that they understand exactly what the project's going to entail. That takes a little bit of explanation, and luckily we've had Candace and Phoebe to provide that feedback to those homeowners, but we still are trying to rail in everybody to get them to the point where they're ready to sign those easements. So right now, the location work is delayed, but AUI is hoping to start on location 8A, but they've also looked at alternatives so that they can work in a different area if it's going to take a little bit longer to obtain those easements. So if not, they're going to start at location 9 and 18A. AUI has completed all the survey work and evaluation of the trees for removal. For removal, we've had 2 site visits. Adam and I and AUI, High Watermark, and Moles and Corbin all went into the field to each of the locations to evaluate it and make sure that the trees that were going to be removed were marked correctly and that we were giving the homeowners the correct information. I think part of making sure that this project runs smoothly, Adam and I are trying to go on each of the visits or any of the meetings. We're both going at the same time, so we'll have the same information in case one of us is out. So we can make sure that we're understanding and what's going on, so we can give those updates whenever it's needed. AUI is doing their part to inform the public about what the status is of the project. They are providing weekly updates on the RiodososSewerProject.com website. They're conducting weekly tailgate parties.
Yeah, I knew it.
That's what they do up there.
That's it.
Tailgate meetings at 4:30 on Tuesdays. So far, they've only had one homeowner participate, but they continue to have those meetings and make them available via Zoom for those homeowners who don't live here.
Maybe switch to the tailgate parties and you'll get more
Yeah,
participation.
when we're done, we'll have a tailgate party. I'm gonna switch over to the easements. As of today, we've obtained 21 easements. They've been signed and filed, and we're processing payments. And we have 9 remaining, and we're currently negotiating with the remaining homeowners. But Adam, do you want to go over the site visit that we went on and how we ran across one more easement that we have to obtain?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, you know, the complexity of this project is above any of the other ones. You know, being
course.
in the river and, you know, people's properties adjacent to the river. So that's one of the things we're trying to do our due diligence and actually identifying anything that can possibly go wrong in our eyes before AUI gets started. So one of the things that we had identified is, you know, on, I believe it's 8A.
Yeah.
They're replacing the manhole and armoring the pipe. Well, in order to do that, they have to do bypass pumping. Well, they're not just bypassing from the manhole they're replacing, they gotta go upstream to the next manhole and then downstream to the manhole below. One of the issues that I guess we had come up with is if they're bypassing, you have three houses, within that range that the sewer's gonna be cut off, cause you can't bypass pump if they're still tied in. So they're gonna have to run a temporary line and actually tie their laterals into that temporary line. So that's one of the easements that, you know, we're looking at, make sure that, you know, we have for the contractor.
So we were lucky, there was three easements we needed to have, and we already had two of the three, because there were easements obtained when the project was a larger scale. So we just have one that we need to finalize, and hopefully it shouldn't be a problem, because we're not gonna need anything but just access, so we're not gonna be tearing anything up, so.
And we do have an easement, you know, 10 feet on either side of the sewer line.
Right.
But in order to get the grades for the service laterals to actually tie into the temporary line, we want to make sure that we have the right easements in place.
Okay.
But like we said, we're trying to make sure that we address homeowner concerns. We're keeping track on a spreadsheet of all the conversations that we have, so that we can show that we've answered the questions and done everything that we can to make this an easy process. We do get some calls coming in from homeowners that are not affected or just interested in what's going on. So we try and answer those calls as well too. So.
And we're taking photographs too, right?
Yes,
We're
they
logging
take
all that with
video,
photographs and
yes.
video or.
They've
what
already
have you.
provided the initial video recordings to me. I have them.
Okay.
So I made sure that those were, and they have 2 copies as well that they're gonna keep at AUI and Moles and Corbin. So we'll have 3 copies of the recordings.
Okay, okay.
So in the easements pending, and then the ones you mentioned that we recognize we may need additional easements, but except for those that we may need to go out and get, are we actually in communications with all these homeowners?
Yes.
Okay, because I know previously we've had some issues with people not responding.
With Zach's help, we got them to respond
Okay.
quickly. And with the 9 remaining easements, that includes the one we just identified for the bypass.
For the
But yeah,
bypass.
we haven't had anybody not communicate back or at least respond,
Okay, so we're moving forward.
yes.
That's good.
We're looking at any potential, you know, we've known from the past, you know, construction that, you know, yeah, okay, that doesn't look like we're gonna need an easement here, but
Cast a wide net.
we're trying to look forward, and that way we're not running into that after the contractor's already started.
Right.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Coughlin, we still have, on the first site that we need to begin, we have 2 property owners there that we are in communications with, but we have issued them a deadline that we need to acquire these easements. Some of them, the response time on emails when we're providing any type of the easement documents, the exhibits, any of the contract documents for their areas, it's just a slow process, but we'll be working diligently and trying to get those, because we're holding up AUI, so we really need to move quickly on that, and we're working with our legal on that also. And with High Water Mark, they've been helping us on these calls, been having conference calls and Zoom meetings, and just expressing to them the urgency of having to get these easements obtained so we can move the project, not slow it down. So we're a month behind right now and just trying to begin on that first area, so.
Okay. Any other questions for these guys? Make sure you get a backup generator or pump once they start pumping that from that manhole.
That's one of the things that Chris had mentioned is, the access we have, they're actually gonna have 2 pumps set up there, so we wanted to make sure they had access to actually put those pumps in.
Okay, good. 'Cause I remember last time what
Figure
happened.
out everything. And, luckily with both of us there, if one of us misses something, the other doesn't. So if we hear something that Molden said they were gonna do and they don't do, we're quick to remind them, so,
Great, that's really good.
Thank you.
thank you.
Yes.
Next,
Mayor Pro Tem Councilors, next I'd like to call up our Parks and Rec Director, Sydney, to talk about, the various, winter, fall and winter events and holiday lighting that's going on.
when's the ice skating rink going? That's been the question of the week for me. When's the ice skating rink going?
We will cover that.
Okay, good.
Pictures, all right.
Sydney, do you need another check?
Pictures are better than words.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I can head back here if you need me, I'll jump up.
Oh, that's how they do it, chief. They start taking your chair. You
Yeah,
already got kicked off of here? Oh, man. It was a rough deal.
Pretty soon, you're gonna be sitting up here. That's what we do with old chiefs.
It seems like the way it works around.
We recycle them.
Holy smokes. Thank you. Big time.
Sounds of Christmas.
Thank you, sir.
They're hot off the press.
Yes, sir.
We have stuff moving fast in our department, so try to get you most up-to-date information. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Council. Thank you, City Manager Dodge. Village Manager Dodge. You're used to that still. Thank you for having us. We do want to go over just kind of what the Parks and Recreation Department's doing for all Christmas festivities, winter festivities. We have a lot of stuff going on in our department. So this is going to be a slideshow. It's going to be a big overview of everything going on. If there is any details, just please stop me as we go through these. So the first one's going to be the ice skating rink. Right there, your big question. And so we are opening it November 18th. We were supposed to take delivery of it Thursday of this week. So we should have delivery of it Thursday, and then we will start set up Monday of next week, and then we will open it next Friday. And so November 18th, it'll go through January 29th. That's going to be that last Sunday in January, and so we'll end it on that date. It'll be open on the weekends for November 18th through December 10th, and then again, January 13th through January 29th. It's going to be open daily for December 11th through January 8th. That's when most of the kids are out of school and things like that, so we'll be open daily. Weekends, we're open 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. Weekdays is going to be 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. Fees are $20 per person, and that's skate rental and their admission. Then if they have their own skates, it's only $12 for every person with their own skates. And this year we're doing a locals pass, and so local season pass is only $10 for the season.
That's very good.
And so we're taking care of our village locals. We want them to be able to come and enjoy it.
Does that include skates for $10?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, it does.
That's where we get you.
Yeah. $10 for local, $20 for skates.
But it's only one skate, then you have to buy it.
Yeah. See how good you are.
If I may, real quick, while you're just about, your next bullet says max of 75 skaters at one time. Is that just regulated by attrition? I.e., somebody gets tired, they step off, click, here you go, your turn?
So we picked that number. That's a number that came from the manufacturer. That's what they are. I know in past in our SOPs, if it gets where it's full, then we do pull everything off the ice. I believe it's an hour, every hour on the 45, and then put new the new skaters on the ice to give everybody opportunity.
It's kind of a case by case, because if there's just one and then one comes in, we rotate them like that. But most of the time, once it gets full, we tend to have a line immediately, so we do the shift just so everyone gets a fair amount of time.
Perfect.
Kind of like the Whibbit, right?
I was gonna say, that's, yeah, a lot like the Whibbit, yeah.
Absolutely.
Exact same process there.
So is this skating rink the same size or different than last year?
So it's a larger skating rink than last year.
It will cover the entire pavilion.
The entire pavilion? Oh,
Yes.
Is there any hidden meaning behind the Dolphins with a cross on top of it?
So those little dolphins there, they're skating aids. And so you can use them. Yeah, so you can use them like you see them using them now, hold on to help balance yourself while ice skating. And the little handles, it's actually a handle in a little seated area, so younger kids can sit on them and a parent can push them around the ice.
They work out really well.
Yes.
Oh, have you tried them?
No, we took some kids last year.
Oh, okay.
Watching them bounce off the ice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's cold, it's fine. Ices them instantly.
Yeah, whatever. They sleep.
So, next event we have going on is Christmas in the Park, so that's gonna be December 1st, 5:30 to 8:30 at Wingfield Park. The mayor and Santa will ride in on a sleigh at 6 p.m. Shortly thereafter, we'll do the tree lighting ceremony of the mayor's tree, which will kind of bring the whole park to life. We'll have the stage out there this year. We're gonna put the stage out. We have some carolers that are gonna be out, things like that. We'll have pictures with Santa that night. Will have 10 fire pits there, that we'll have going throughout the whole, ice rink season, is what I'm gonna refer to it as. And so warming areas with log benches around them. We have, fallen some trees and made log benches out of them, and so,
Nice.
won't be metal, bleachers. It's gonna be really kind of a mountain feel.
Middle bleachers on a cold night.
Yeah, they don't work that well. And so we will have concessions, including things like hot chocolate and, probably coffee, things like that.
Mayor Pro Tem, another quick
Yes, sir.
question though. The fire pits, chief, do you guys, y'all certify them and everything? Okay.
Yes,
We're
sir.
working with Assistant Chief Coleman right now on our permitting. We've gone through the whole process when we ordered them. Every step, the only step will be left is once we set them, he'll come and give us the permit, make sure we're.
And I make that as a question, probably as an assumption, but I just wanted for those out there to know that we are doing what we have to do, just like they have to do if they wanted to have a fire ring or a fire pit.
Yes, we will. We've applied for the
Excellent.
permit just as.
Thank you.
And those aren't permanent. They're just for the event, correct?
Correct, sir. And each of those will be numbered as well. They'll be permitted each separately, and we'll post that permit, at the facility.
Excellent, thank you.
Well, I'm glad to see it's pictures with Santa and not pictures with the mayor. 'Cause
Yes.
we don't want to scare the little kids.
Counselor Eby has a question.
No, I was just wondering, because you mentioned permits there, because the general public, don't they have to pay $200 a year for a fire pit permit? Like if they wanted to have one at their own home, at their
Home and-
residence and such? So there would be kind of, because you did mention permit, you asking, it's not a permit. But if it was a permit, then
It would require a lot
it
of
would be
prepping.
if you're saying that we're going along the same parity as far as the residents go, that would be $200 per permit.
Correct. I believe, and Mayor Dodge, correct me if I'm mistaken, it's just, being part of the city, we are doing the full process. They will permit, or they'll give us the permit, but, it'd be this village paying the village, essentially moving money around the departments. So it will be the same process as the citizens have to go through though.
Well, and it is a little different than an annual permit. It's a one-time permit, just like when they do the bonfire. They have to go through that process, but I don't believe they get a permit for the entire year.
But aren't you gonna have those pits all year long?
So they'll be at this event just for the event.
Oh, okay.
We will be able to use them throughout the year,
Oh, okay.
at different things, but
Okay.
they are mobile. I mean, yeah, they're
Yeah.
mobile. They'll be staked down there, but we will be removing
Okay.
them.
When we were at Schoolhouse Park, Counselor Eby, we just had permission. Fire department would, check everything. We had the hoses. We had it staffed, to watch over it. The other time that we didn't have it during Christmas was for Flag Day, when the Daughters of the American Revolution hosted an event. Same thing. It was even in June, high fire season, but the council at that time and the fire department thought it was a good thing for the community to have that demonstration of how to dispose of flags, American flags properly. And that, it was just only one little pot that they were burning the flags in, so. But I always thought it was more of permission, you know, having the fire chief or the fire department just making sure everything's secured, because it is a one-night event, and go from there.
Yes, these fire pits are also propane fire pits, so we're not doing live wood burning.
Oh, man, that's
Yeah.
right, okay,
We
you
have
took out, because it was the Yule log, the lighting of the Yule log always started at 5:30.
Yeah, we do have, they are gas fire pits, and we do have wind shields around them, to protect
Okay.
them from wind and things like
Well,
that.
good.
Mayor, Pro Tem, if I may, for clarification, the pits are going to be there throughout the duration of the ice skating rink season.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
And they are fully permitted, just as a resident would have to pay. The Parks Department will make the fire department whole for issuing the permit.
But if I remember last season, I don't know how many pits were out there, but for Christmas in the park, they were spread out. And then when the skating rink started taking, they got it closer to the pavilion and the tables and stuff. So you're not sitting way out there by the restrooms at the corner of Center and Wingfield
That's
by a
correct.
fire pit. So
Correct, so we have a total of 10 this year.
10,
So
okay.
they will be spread out. Some will still be in those in the park areas around the tree, things like that. We have a map we'll get to later that has the actual
Okay.
spot of each of those. And then we'll also have some by the, ice rink as well.
And just for clarification, we had the big rings for the actual fire for the Christmas in the park, and then that night they were taken away. We didn't have,
That's what I recall, so.
so this
these
is
are
a little different. We're doing just the 10 ones all season, starting at
at that point.
people have them for.
Yes,
And opposed to the rings or fire pits.
they're fire
Yes.
pits.
So no real wood fire.
Any more questions on Christmas in the park?
Sounds good.
All right, then we're gonna move to Festival of Lights. This event we partner with, the Chamber, there we go, my brain stopped for a second. With Chamber of Commerce, it's December 3rd, so this is 5:30 PM. The parade will start, takes a normal parade route down Sutter. Then the after party at Wingfield Park, we will have, the light parade, then the fire pits will be in the park, ice skating, concessions, things like that. We'll just have another big gathering down there. I know we're trying possibly for some even carolers that night and things like that to bring some Christmas spirit down to Wingfield.
Do we know the route that they're gonna use for the parade? Because I know it's gone back and forth over the years.
It's the same as Aspen.
Same
Okay,
as that.
so everybody's gotta go down that way and then cut back against traffic to get to Wingfield Park afterwards? Yeah.
Okay.
'Cause one year, the reason I asked is one year they did it in reverse. So they started down by Pizza Hut and they came back up this way thinking that they could end at Wingfield Park. So they tried that. I didn't know if they were gonna continue that.
Okay. No, I believe it's the same one as Aspen Fest.
Yeah, go down and then come back around.
Then we'll have on December 10th, we'll have the drone show. So we're really trying to step that event up a little bit this year. It's gonna be 5 PM to 8 PM. About 5:30, it'll be dark enough, we're gonna do a movie in the park. We're getting some final bids on those. I believe the Grinches is what we're planning on. As long as it's available through them, we have to get it through a company with licensing and stuff, so as long as it's available, we'll be good to go. We'll have the Grinch, then, at 8 o'clock, the drone show will start and do the drone show over White Mountain Complex. Some pictures from last year's drone show you can see there. This is kind of an event that's special for village residents.
Yeah.
All these other events are big events, we'll bring people in. This one's one more that, a thank you for village residents.
Yeah.
Christmas lights tour is something we're going to continue this year with the help of PNM. Submissions, so this is going to be people decorating their houses. They can submit on the Ruidoso app starting November 30th through.
The submission will be on a form that we will post on our Facebook along with the website.
Yeah. Sorry. And then, so they can submit, we'll put it all on the app. And then the app, everybody can vote on the Ruidoso app. It'll show where all the houses are that's decorated, they can go around, see all the decorated houses, and, vote on those. The winner will be announced, January 16th. This is something new we're bringing to town this year, and we're gonna be partnering with the Chamber of Commerce and Village Elf.
There you go.
And so, everybody's heard of Elf on the Shelf. We're gonna partner with the chamber and put Elf, ours look a little different than the normal Elf on the Shelf, it's the ones pictured here. We're gonna put them in different stores around town and kind of give some clues to where they are and stuff. People will have a hashtag, people can post on social media with that hashtag, with the Village Elf, whatever it is, picture of it. Then if they post a picture with the Village Elf and a picture of the receipt from that store that the Village Elf's at, they'll get 2 entries into the contest.
Oh.
And so, we're working with the chamber to get some prizes on that, and, we'll have some drawings, the 21st, cause, the elves have to get back to, North Pole to help Santa deliver gifts, so.
Of course.
So that's something new we are bringing to the village this year.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
Now I'll hand it over to my counterpart here, Stephen, and he'll talk about the decorations we have going on all around town.
All right, so the decorations, folks, it's gonna be this big 11 by 17 that I handed, so there can be show everywhere where we're gonna place. So we're gonna start off in the first page there, it's gonna be Village Hall. Same thing that's what's been done in the past is 2 small trees are gonna get decorated, and we also have on order, should be here in a couple weeks, are gonna be 3 5-foot lighted Christmas wreaths. So we're gonna add to Village Hall. And then those are gonna be, it's not exactly to scale, so you just copy and paste, so don't hold me to if we're off by a couple feet. So as we go, we're gonna try to make a circle. The next page is gonna show, the circle there on Sudworth and then going up to Upper Canyon. You'll see the little moons there are gonna be lighted candy canes that are gonna be on the street poles. And then there is gonna be 8 elf display. We have 12 different throughout the village, and we'll go through that where we're gonna set it up. So they're not just a single elf, it's an actual display, a scene going on. So there'll be 8 of those taking place there at, that new property off of West Sudworth.
And they'll be lit?
Lit.
Or spot, okay.
They'll be lit. They're all light up.
Is there power there? at
Yes,
that
sir, there
property?
is.
Oh, okay.
There is.
I really like that.
That's a good idea.
That's a great idea.
So as we go up Upper Canyon, there's the first bridge. There's gonna be 2 more of those displays there. And we're kind of going with that theme of, elk trail, or not elk, but elf trail, going up,
The elf trail.
Upper Canyon. So there'll be 2 there at that first. As we turn the page, there'll be another 2 at Fire Station number 3.
Yeah.
And that'll end it at that point. And we can come back down as we go on the following page, back to West Sudworth. This is, before you get to Midtown, is every street light pole will have a lighted snowflake on it. As we continue down, going east on Sudworth, gets us to the Midtown District, and we continue with the lighted snowflakes on street light poles. Then we get to the Country Club property. And right now, we had just recently extended the parking lot there at the Country Club property. The yellow there that you see going around is our current pedestrian barriers that we have. We're gonna wrap those and decorate them with Christmas garland. And then we have 2-foot bows coming in to space out every 9 feet. We don't have power yet. We're working on getting power to that location. But for this year, it's at least something that we can do at that location.
Nice.
Stephen, back on the poles.
Yes, sir.
The snowflakes are on there. Are we still wrapping them with the miniature lights? We used to wrap those, so.
I haven't heard anything from the guys, so I apologize. I don't have an answer
No,
for that.
no worries. I was
Well, and
just
then the
wondering.
other thing I was gonna say too is, because if it was the pre-existing, because now you've got those different poles.
Yeah.
I
Right.
didn't know if that was gonna make a change.
Well, when we were ordering those, we did talk about that to operate the speaker system and make sure there was enough amperage to
Cool.
do the decorations, but I didn't know if we were gonna do that or not.
I know one thing that I know for sure that Sydney's reminded me, we did order all new brackets for the snowflakes for those new poles.
Cool.
But the old poles were wood, so wrapping them, you could staple to it.
Yeah.
The new ones are metal, so I don't know how you're gonna,
Well, we used to wrap the metal ones from Starbucks or where the metal poles were.
And you could keep it all from
and
sliding
keep
down.
going up, yeah. They just braced it on the top, really,
Oh,
and then
okay.
at the bottom, because once you wind it, it holds with. Anyway, that's good.
Love it.
I will assure that whatever decorations we do have in the yard and stored will be out. So we go over to schoolhouse, it's gonna demonstrate that we're gonna have, 5 small trees lighted along with 3 of the larger trees in that area.
so are the trees themselves at Schoolhouse Park gonna have lights up in them like we normally do?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's in addition to these trees?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Except for the one in the middle of the parking lot. There was an issue that came up, my guys talked about, it got messed up, the lights.
Oh, okay.
All the wires got messed up on that tree. So the one right in the middle of the parking lot
Right.
won't be lit.
Okay.
We move over to the Y, there'll be 5 of the trees, large trees that will be lit along with the smaller one. And again, on the wreaths, we have 3 of them that we can hang them on the flagpoles.
That's
There's the
nice.
3 flagpoles, so they'll be lighted there for Christmas week.
I like
Good.
it.
On the trees, yes.
The blue things are not additional trees, they are on the tree.
On the tree, oh, okay.
Current trees there. Then gets to the grand decorations there. Yeah, I saw Counselor
Your
Booker shake his head there
Your
on that
next
one.
page will be the legend for all of these decorations.
Oh, okay.
So this is for Christmas in the Park for the entire season. It's gonna show everything, just to highlight, we are gonna have the stage there. If you notice the stage in black, is gonna be for carolers to perform. Mayor will be up there to speak. Any other events that we have going on throughout the season, it provides a stage and a platform. We talked about log benches. So instead of those cold bleachers during the day or at night, we're adding 38 log benches going into Wingfield Park. So there'll be a total of 38 of them. It demonstrates, it's not exactly scale. Publisher wasn't working with me, wouldn't let me move some of the shapes, but it will be centered down the Wingfield lawn. But there'll be, the 10 fire pits are there. There'll be 4 up there in front, right behind the log benches, right in front of the pavilion. There's another 4 around the big Christmas tree. I think what's pretty awesome is anybody with families, anybody coming in, the lightning bolts are gonna be photo ops. So it's gonna be an opportunity just to take a picture in front of the tree. There'll be a reindeer family, you take a picture, and then a sleigh. So it provides an opportunity to enjoy that. So we're trying to incorporate this year where it's more than just something here and maybe over there. It's a destination, just for if you wanna go out, hang out with the family in the evenings, it's there. And
Yeah,
there's
it's
multiple
nice.
things to do. We're looking at also incorporating a hay ride through the park.
Right. I was just about to ask you that.
Yes, sir.
And on behalf of the mayor, make sure that the Christmas tree light switch that he flips works.
We've heard a lot about that in the past.
Yeah.
And believe me, he'll remind you every day from this point on.
We'll check it, triple check it.
Gave him a switch, it wasn't a switch.
Yeah.
It was turning on the real tree in the North Pole, so we just had to.
Yeah, there it is.
We also have the food truck you see in the blues, kind of square on the right-hand side with Crafty Cup will be our food truck there.
Oh, nice.
Providing the concession area items there. And you see all the little rectangles around them, the green rectangles, those are all gonna be picnic tables. So there's a place to sit with the family and enjoy those.
How did we determine them as the vendor? Did we put it out for others to,
We reached out to a lot of the local ones that had the hot chocolate, the food trucks that weren't already permanent locations. 'Cause
Right.
some people set up at the Winter Park, some people so the ones that were free, they were the ones that had the best offer and could do it the duration of the time instead of just, I can only be here a weekend.
right, okay.
Yeah, cause that was the one thing we required was they had to stay in place for the duration of the time. We didn't wanna move it in and out of the park.
And
Okay.
then had an actual truck.
Right.
Instead of a tent.
Right,
Kind of mirrored
right.
a lot of it for warmth for their stuff.
And it's, I mean, it says food truck, but Crafty Cup, do they really do food?
Well, no, Crafty Cup, and I don't know if y'all know Jim Concha, he does the corn out at
Oh,
Center Park,
okay.
they're gonna partner.
Working together, okay.
So it's gonna be, Crafty Cup's truck with coffee, espresso, all of that stuff, and then he'll be doing snack.
Snacky kind of, so it's not gonna be like hamburgers and hot dogs and
It
stuff
was
like
too
that.
messy.
Yeah, it won't be full meals, it'll just be quick items.
Concessions.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
a better term.
Yeah, from a food handling standpoint, that would be kind of difficult. Cool.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, sir.
Stephen or Matt, can you guys cover the restrooms as well? We have received our 2 new restrooms as well, so
Well, good.
can you guys talk about where we're going to be placing those?
So, yes, they did not make it on the map, I apologize. So the new restrooms, if you'll see where the stage is and the Christmas tree just under it, so there will be, 1 or 2 sets of restrooms right there, depending on what will fit perfectly. And then I'll also have a staff restroom over by the, ice rink. And so, that's the plan at this time.
Oh, that's
that
nice.
we'll have. And it's the nice trailer restrooms, it won't be porta potties, so it'll be our nicer trailer restrooms.
With the.
With heaters in them, yeah.
Nice.
And Mayor Pro Tem, Councilors Stephen and Matt, I believe you're also placing one at the Country Club property?
Yes, sir. So we have 4 total, so 3 of them are going at this property, 1 will be down at Country Club property to give a restroom on that end of,
That
Summit.
would be
Yeah, that's a
good.
good one.
Yeah, that's a good spot for one.
Yeah.
Are they gonna be permanently placed there, or?
I know we have talked about it, it's a good idea to have one at the country club property because of the amount of visitors.
Right.
And so,
So then the other 2 at Wingfield could potentially be moved as needed for different events?
Yes.
Okay.
And I know Cindy's reminding me of the master planning is, we're looking right now to gather those quotes and put a plan together for, CXT bathrooms there at.
something more permanent
Oh, okay.
at that end.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilors, what we're doing at the Country Club property right now is all temporary, including laying down some millings for the winter so that that parking lot's, we're not dragging mud or people aren't stepping in mud. So we're doing some minor temporary improvements just to kind of accommodate the winter season, and then we'll get into master planning and do some hard infrastructure at your all's will.
Are we having to order those millings?
I know where you can get them.
Where the ticket booth for the skating rink, I'm assuming that's under the pavilions or tents that we have?
So it's gonna be under our tents we have, so the skating rink will take up just about the whole pavilion.
Yeah, I'm
And so
aware of
that's-
that.
That'll be a tent, one of our white tents we have, and we'll have
Okay.
sides on it to keep, help keep our staff a little warmer.
Right.
Then we'll also have the trailer behind it, so that's gonna be kind of where the flag poles are. for
Right,
the, in
I
that
could
area.
see where it's at there, but I guess my next question is once get your skates on, then you're gonna track across the rocks, or you're gonna have an access there with turf or artificial turf,
We have
whatever?
rubber matting that goes
Okay.
down.
Will
that
that
go-
be covered too with the
Yeah, so,
canopy?
so all that skate, the area, we have benches and things for them to put skates on, all that area will be on the rubber mats, all the way to the
Okay,
ice rink.
and it'll all be covered,
Yes.
okay.
The ice rink is just a hair short of the pavilion, so we're butting
Right,
up. So it'll
and I
be-
knew that, I
So-
just wanted to be
yeah.
sure that the ticket booth wasn't like 20 feet away, and then you're booting up there and having to walk all the way to the skating rink, so.
Yeah, it'll all be right there under,
And I'm
Good.
assuming heaters for the staff?
yes.
Okay. So, you know,
Just got feeling back in my toes.
yes, yes.
Oh,
No, I'm kidding.
So on the ice skating rink, I noticed on the schedule, there's some times in there that it's basically not gonna be open for 4 or 5 days or something like that. In the beginning, it's gonna be just weekends. How fast does that freeze up? And do we have to, what I'm getting at is, do we have to keep that thing running during the whole week, the next weekend?
Yes, we do, and that's just comes a lot of, so it takes about a week to get ready for.
Okay.
For a week, it takes 3 days. And if we were to shut it off, you have to wait for all the old ice to melt out before, because you have to put it in a layer at a time.
Okay.
And so, if you lose it, you have to empty it out, then restart, and it would take a couple days for ice melt off, and then, a couple days for it to come back.
So are we firm on those operating hours, or are we kind of, if there's a lot of people in town, we could potentially be open at night during the weeks?
We could potentially be open.
Because it just, from a business standpoint, it doesn't make sense to keep that thing operating all week and not be able to bring any revenue, but you have to make sure you've got enough demand to pay for the staffing.
Exactly,
Because we're already paying for the operation of it.
exactly. No, we're 100% open to
Okay.
seeing how that goes. That's just what we have planned at this time.
Because I'm assuming that the staffing is going to be temporary people and in school or whatever, and that a lot of them are not working, not in school at night, so they could work.
Correct. We pull from a temporary staff pool and also village employees that want to come out and work some extra time out there.
Right.
Sounds good.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, a couple of the other things that, that we're looking at is, the high traffic areas were a mud problem last year. They're looking at ways to mitigate that. A lot of the setup and tear down, they're looking at hard infrastructure as opposed to pulling all the speakers out, amp system. A lot of those type of things are addressing so that it's not, burdensome on the staff. So there's additional things that they are working on their improvement processes, but I think it's going to be a very good experience that we're going to be offering, and we're going to continue to show improvement on that area.
Are we gonna put shading or something on the south side of the pavilion, the whole length? Because I remember that was a problem last year, that portion, especially come around the 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, the sun was beating down right there.
We actually just got it in
Okay.
yesterday, Mayor Pro Temp. I left that out, but we did get a wind and sunscreen for
Okay.
that side that will
Good.
go up. We have two welders in our division in the parks, and they were putting the eye hooks on yesterday in order for us to install.
Okay, good, good.
Mayor Pro Temp, and also we're considering instead of going with diesel generators, going with natural gas generators, and eventually bringing in three-phase power so that we reduce the cost of the power. Those are things that we're looking at. And I did order some Fireball, but they said it wasn't allowed. I know somebody has a machine, though.
I was gonna say, let's change that ordinance.
And folks, I do apologize because I did forget one item, is that at Wingfield, we will be done by the end of Thursday evening with decorations, and by the beginning of Thanksgiving, the entire village will be completed.
Great.
How are you guys doing with staffing? Do you have open positions?
We do. I'm working with Cheryl.
So you still have some open, because, it looks like we're expanding over last year, and with expansion comes more staffing and everything, and given the plan, it looks like it's gonna really be nice driving around town, and more areas to look at, and places to stop and look, and so forth, so, it's gonna be great, but that's always my concern, is spreading ourselves too thin. Which happens especially now with people getting sick everywhere. I struggle with it as well, but, you do the best you can.
That's one thing luckily too is, with Christmas decorations, the nice thing is once they're up, they're up, we don't have to staff the decoration, and so that's one thing, we can really expand that area, and once we get them up, then we don't have to worry about staffing on them, so.
Yeah,
Good.
Any other questions?
great plan.
I don't think
Great
so. Any
plan.
other questions? Yeah, this is
Looking forward to
awesome.
it.
Oh, I do have something, just on the Christmas light tour, it says that submissions starting now until November 30th. So does that mean that those that are, say, submitting and wanting to be part of that tour, they have to have their lights up by the 30th, or just submit a request to be entered as part of the tour by the 30th?
So we would prefer to have photos of their lights up by the 30th. That is gonna be, we can take just an address, but it's better in our app and stuff, so people can kind of see that. If,
You can add late, they just won't get as many votes.
yeah, so
Okay, that, just one other, as far as the voting goes, because it does say the tour, so I was just wondering that, is that gonna be set up kind of like the Ride Ruidoso, to where somebody would go along, they'd be at that particular, residence or business, whatever, what the entrant was, check in, and then in the end vote, or do you just vote anytime for any
Councilman,
that's?
no, it's not gonna be like a tour in that sense. It's more of, we're gonna give them all the locations through the Ruidoso app and allow them to self-tour and go around themselves. It's an easier way so they don't have to drive up and down every street of, Ruidoso. They know where all the lights are and stuff like that, and they can kind of go at their own pace. I remember as a kid, we've done this and loading up with mom and dad in the car and going around to all the different houses and things like that. And I think it's something that's really fun for a family to be able to do. And
Oh, absolutely.
I do think that's a good idea to create an adventure tour, out of several of the lights and housing lights. I think that'd be a nice little contest to have.
Well, the only reason why I was thinking of that is that, to actually be voting on what you think is the best, you might have a friend that say, okay, well, vote for me. So you just go on and vote for them, and you haven't even gone out and looked at anything.
That's a good idea, Joe. I think
Well, I've
that's
already
a
been
lot.
getting people telling me they're gonna be decorating, they want me to vote for them, so I'm trying to figure out a GoFundMe or something. Is there a limit to the number of times you can vote using the app?
I think we can make it. I don't think we have one set up. We also might be able to set in a GPS bubble of where you can, so we might be able to tie it to the place.
Oh, okay.
That might also kind of defeat the spin when you're done, and you'd have to go back to that house. So it's kind of
Is it possible to like reset it so that you can limit it to one vote per day? Maybe?
per account.
Per account, yeah.
I can.
So that at like midnight it resets and then you could vote again the next day? I don't know. It may be too much.
we can talk to our app experts about that.
It's just the one person that approached me, I mean, they're gonna be looking for every little advantage.
I'm gonna bet I know did they enter last year?
I'm sorry?
Did they enter last year?
I do not know.
Okay. The second place person last year was
We can
very much ready to win first this year.
talk about it later.
Good. Any other questions for our team here? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all the hard work.
Thank
I
you,
like
Mayor.
big pictures.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Temp and Council, and, staff will get back and maybe include in the FYI, some of the information that you did request that we weren't able to answer at the moment, but, we'll get that info to you. And, next up is Mr. Dick Cook, and he's gonna be
Yes.
talking a little bit about the, fire mitigation that's been ongoing behind Fire Station, Schoolhouse Park area. Mr. Cook?
And his lovely assistant.
Thank you, Dana.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good.
Thank you, Marty.
Thanks, sir.
We're good. I'm good.
Okay. This particular project we had was quite a challenge. It had a lot of steep slopes, and it had some, we wanted to look good because it was so visible to the public. And so it was actually a 36.5 acre project. There was 22.8 acres of it that was steep, too steep to operate with equipment on, and the other acreage was where we could actually do full removal. The objective here was to protect the police department and, I'm sorry,
Fire
the fire
department.
department.
And the swimming pool and the senior center.
And so that's what we were trying to do, is make sure that we get if we get a fire in there, that we get it on the ground and where it's defendable for the police, the fire department, and also the residences on the east side, are pretty vulnerable on that slope.
Yeah.
Right.
The specifications for this project, for the total removal, we took out all the dead trees that had been done from previous thinning projects that were over 6 inches in sound. The contractor we had is actually in the wood business, and he took them and removed them and used the ones that were already down from previous. And then all the trees that we cut down to 4-inch tops, and he took the trees to put in his wood business. So we got a little bit of a reduced price on the project from him doing that. The smaller trees were carried out, and so the purpose was to clean up the forest floor so we didn't have a lot of trees and heavier fuels underneath the bigger trees. The stumps were cut low, and we allowed up to 8-inch trees with overlapping crowns, but what we did is we spread out the base of those 8 trees so there was distance between the 8 trees and then a further distance from there to the next group of trees. And then, just to be sure, we normally have the trees pruned to 6 feet. In this particular project, we pruned them to 8 feet from the ground. The lower branches were pruned to 8 feet. And all the ladder fuels removed. Now I have a few slides here of before. This is one you can see right there by the fire station. And if you look through these, you can see that there's pretty good density in the trees, and there's also a lot of little trees coming up and a lot of fuel on the ground. That's all reproduction from the last entry that they did when we thinned this before. Some of it was pretty thick. And there's some of the dead stuff that we pulled out that is still usable for firewood or whatever you want to use the wood for, but we didn't want to leave it there. And there's what it looked like after we got through.
That's great.
You can see that the density is reduced. There's hardly anything on the ground, and so that gives us an advantage in that any fire that we get there will probably back them down, so it'll give us a good place to be able to put a hand line or something in to actually stop the spread of the fire. This next view is just a few more slides of the way we spread the trees out and took the stuff out of the bottom. And that's a good picture that it opened up, and you can see that any fire that comes through there is probably going to stay on the ground.
All I know, Mr. Cook, is there's been lots of compliments on the appearance of that
Yeah,
cutting
looks
area.
great.
I mean, that's all I've gotten, at least over 50 that people have mentioned that what we're cleaning up
I
in there.
appreciate that. We worked with our contractor, and our instructions to him, we wanted it to look like a park when we got through. So. Then for the lop and scatter, we didn't want to put a lot of fuel on the ground, so we said we weren't going to cut any of the big trees up there. But we took out the suppressed trees, and if you don't know what a suppressed tree is, it's the smaller trees that are growing under the bigger trees that are starved for light, and they're all usually gnarly, and they got maybe a dead top or not many leaves in the top. So we took those out, and we put the trunks that we cut, placed them parallel to the slope to help with the drainage and the erosion. And everything we cut up there, we lopped to 18 inches. And the reason you lop it to 18 inches is because it helps it decompose. And for a while, you actually increase the fire danger when you get the what they call red slash. But once the needles fall off, then it's greatly reduced. We cut all the generation out from under, and there again lopped to under 18 inches. And what we lopped, we had them pull outside of the drip line of the remaining trees. So if we did get the fire through there, you didn't get a lot of heat underneath the trees that were remaining. Therefore, you don't get the scorch and the killing of the trees. There again, we pruned them to 8 feet and cut the stumps low. This is some example of the steeper stuff, and it really got steep up there, and some of it is hard to stand up.
Look at that view.
Yeah.
Okay, Parks, you gotta make a trail going up there to get a vista
You
view.
could do that, actually, you could put a trail right on top of that ridge between the condos and
Yep.
this property, and it wouldn't be a bad trail. Be a good place to park if you were young and had a girlfriend.
Mr. Cook.
We'll just call it Cook's Lane of Love.
Here's some of the results of our steeper slope. You can see that it's opened up, and you can see some of the lop and scatter. They actually, for the most part, melted down to about a foot, not 18 inches that we required. And there again, we spread it out for, you can't hardly see it for those cosmos that are in there. That's, give you stickers every time you walk through them. But you can see the spacing there, it's good spacing.
Yeah, it's good. We need to put those cosmos on the noxious weed list too. I doubt if that'll happen, but
Those things, we had, the contractor, we walked through this with him one day, and he had on a wool vest.
oh no.
And it looked like the wool vest grew hair. It probably took him 2 or 3 hours to clean that thing up. This is another example, and you can see there some of the material that's on the ground. That's some of the lopping scattered and some of the logs that we actually fell up there, but we left them on the ground. You can see it's pretty clean underneath.
Yes.
That reduce the chance of it getting to be in the crowns as they come off that hill. And the cost of it, 13.7 acres went for $1,600 an acre, and the steeper slope stuff, the 22.8 went for $600 an acre, for a total cost of that project of $38,603.75 with gross receipts tax. And that concludes my presentation. You have any questions?
That's great work.
Yeah, it does look great.
Reasonable price too.
Any questions for Mr. Cook? No. Very good presentation. I'm going to take the liberty to move some items around the agenda. We're going to pause from the manager's report and move to the public hearing. Number 2, ordinance 2022-08, an ordinance authorizing the insurance of the Village of Ruidoso, New Mexico General Obligation, GO Bonds, Series 2022, in the aggregate principal amount of $1,500,000 for the purpose to enlarge, improve, and/or extend the production and distribution components of the village's water system, providing that the Series 2022 bonds will be payable from ad valorem tax levied on all taxable properties within the village. And that's Miss Judy.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, this is our first series of GO bonds off the election this past March. So we are set to close, but our bond counsel, Mr. Chris Merrihead, is here.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, this is the ordinance we talked about a couple of weeks ago, and this is the final action on that ordinance. The 1.5 million property tax-backed bonds that, if you approve it today, they would be sold in a couple of weeks, and then we'd be in a position to close on this transaction in the middle of December. Hilltop is your financial advisor, so I had them run. You started this program in 2013, and the 2013 bonds are gone, but then you had 14, 15, 16, and you see each year just adds a maturity out through 19, and then into what you most recently did, which is 20 and 21. And so that laddering, where each year you lose a maturity off of your older bonds and they retire and fall off and you add a new bond, that creates the ability to do this annually without increasing your debt service bill levy. And so just wanted to show you that you've issued numerous series of bonds, that you all know the projects there, which is excellent. But this will not increase as it stands now, your debt levy to pay the debt service on this. Would just be the next level of bonds to come in addition to the 2014 through 2021. It will be privately placed. Generally, there's very liberal repayment provisions in those that you paid off earlier if you wanted to. And the conditions and the covenants would remain the same between each series of bonds. So you have consistency between your debt on this GEO series. Happy to answer any questions about it.
No, it's all, you did an excellent job at our workshop, so it's like, we understood it then, or at least I did, very much and stuff. Is there any questions from council? At this time, I'd like to it is a public hearing, I'd like to open it up to the public. If you have any comments or want to state anything on this ordinance to be adopted. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody that addressed the clerk or from TV land or anything wanting to address this issue?
Mayor Pro Tem, we did not.
Okay. At this time, I will close the public hearing portion of this, and I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, move to adopt ordinance 2022-08, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of the Village of Ruidoso, New Mexico General Obligation, i.e. GO bonds, Series 2022, in the aggregate amount of $1,500,000 for the purpose to enlarge, improve, and/or extend the production and distribution components of the village's water system, providing that the Series 2022 bonds will be payable from ad valorem taxes levied on all taxable property within the village.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, please?
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Eby,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
and Counselor Hooker.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm going to jump to regular item, was that number 6?
Yes, sir.
To regular item number 6. This is so that Chris could get on the road back home before it's dark in an hour.
I appreciate that accommodation. That came out of the blue. I was just taking it
Yeah,
into a court
just
waiting to come down
go
here
ahead
for Christmas and see the lights.
We can have you back.
Item number 6, discussion and possible action on adoption of resolution 2022-53, a resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of a water project fund loan grant agreement by and between the New Mexico Finance Authority, NMFA, and the Village of Ruidoso, borrower, in the total amount of $1,697,281.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem,
$81.
Counselor.
Oh, $281.
You have seen this kind of financing with us before. This project was actually already budgeted in SGRT at the full amount of the 1.6 million. We were then able to leverage that money, and we were against the Water Trust Board program, and then we ended up getting a grant for that same project in the amount of $1,018,369 with a loan of $678,912. So it's a 60-40 split on the project. So we actually are using our money to leverage a grant, and then at the end of the project, we'll turn around and pay off the grant. So we did it on another water project, I think 2 years ago. So this is taking that same methodology and using our money to work for us. So Chris is here
Yes.
to talk about the loan part.
Mayor Pro Tem, thanks Judy, and councilors. I just want to highlight the pledge that this one is kind of unique. The pledge, the source of repayment is the village's supplemental gross receipts tax, which is at a 1% increment on your local gross receipts tax. You're one of the few communities that has that. This dates back to 1982, and a vote was subject to a vote passed. Then in 1999, a subsequent vote for issuing bonds up to $5 million, maturities of 30 years, which passed, using it for the water system. In 2001, you issued about $2.8 million of bonds of that $5 million for water system improvements. That bond was refunded in 2012, and it goes out to 2031. The interesting thing about that is that the tax goes away once the debt is gone. So currently, the tax sunsets in 2031. The Finance Authority offered that this bond could go out for 20 years. That would have extended this tax just kind of as a matter of course for another 10 years if you didn't pay it off. So Judy went back to him, and I know communication with you all, limited it to 2031. It is subject to prepayment at any time, and as Judy said, the idea is to pay it once the project is complete. It's a great deal, as Judy mentioned, it's heavily subsidized, so you get the 1.18 million as a grant. The loan is at a 0% interest with a 0.25% administrative fee. So it is extremely economical. So the loan does, the amortization schedule does run to 2031. I think the communications with the Finance Authority was the intention of the village to pay it off upon completion of the project. But during that period of the project, you're incurring very little interest cost. But I wanted, because this is such a strange little tax, that I want to let you know that it will not be extended past 2031 unless you went back to the voters and extended, and they agreed to do that.
Okay.
Again, as Judy mentioned, a good opportunity to take advantage of the state's programs and some subsidized lending, grants, and low interest cost borrowing, and getting that money.
That's great. That sounds good. I'll take this moment to thank you, Manager Dodge, and you, Judy, for looking at all the avenues to continue our projecting and keeping the money flowing. And like Chris said, you know, taking advantage of these grant opportunities that benefits our community and all our residents. So thank you and your work too, Chris.
Yeah,
I've
thank
always
you.
appreciated since you come up here.
And Eric Boyda is the one who actually does the application and talks the legal
great.
for the water
Thank you,
infrastructure
Eric.
part and stuff, so we just do the financing.
Thank you, Eric. Any other questions?
You need a motion?
Yes, a motion, please.
I move that we adopt Resolution 2022-53, a resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of Water Project Fund Loan Grant Agreement by and between the New Mexico Finance Authority, NMFA, and the Village of Ruidoso, borrower, in the total amount of $1,697,281.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
And Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Thank you again.
Do I need to sign anything?
No, you're good for today.
Good,
Yeah,
good.
All right.
We'll take a 10-minute break and be back here at 34? 24. 24.
Good job.
And we'll go back to the report.
Okay.
ready, Ron?
Hit it.
Hey, it works.
We're good? All right. We'll proceed on, even though the manager's not here yet. With back to the manager's report, item number 7, update on snow removal plan and process. And I think we just got a handout on that.
I would say, before they get started, if I could, you mentioned the flyer that's going out, the monthly flyer that we get.
Yeah.
This, now maybe not in its entirety, but just say, hey, for those of concerned about snow removal, look here. Because then they'd have it and be able
Especially
to
for the
know.
roads.
Oh, yeah, exactly. That'd be great.
Mayor Pro Temp Yvonne is listening in, so Yvonne, let's add that to the insider for the upcoming month.
That'll be good.
Perfect. Cool.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, you know, in the past couple of years, we've had a snow removal and snow control plan. It's kind of been, you know, kind of vague, you know, is written up to kind of the process. Manager Dodge has spoke to myself and Danielle and Josh about actually putting together a whole plan and to present to you guys, so.
Okay.
All right, so in front of you guys, you all have a handout for what we're now referring to as the winter storm plan. And so this was a collaborative effort between the fire department, police department, Parks and Rec, Public Works, streets, pretty much all of the major departments within the village. So I think you'll really see in here a thought out plan. And getting kind of into this plan, I won't go through everything line by line. However, I will highlight a few items here. So just to start, we identified some primary objectives of what we're trying to achieve with having this plan built. And I'll read those as follows on page 2. Number 1 is provide the village with the ability to keep village roads, sidewalks, walking trails, and river trails open, clear, and safe. Second, ensure the continuance of essential services following major inclement weather situations by clearing accumulated snowfall. And lastly, provide a uniform plan or level of service to be followed during emergency snow and ice storms. So this kind of gives us a layout for how we're going to go about that snow removal during large storms, in addition to activations of our Emergency Operations Center if need be. So going down into page 3, we start off with the initial actions, essentially monitoring for those types of events, and directly followed by that is the operations, which this is kind of the meat of the plan. This is how we initiate our actions towards response. So the highest ranked RPD officer that is on shift at the time will be the designated employee who contacts dispatch. And I'm actually going to come down for a visual for you guys, which is on, let's see, page 6. So this one just gives a good visual. It's our org chart, and it's essentially what we're talking about in the operations section. So again, the highest ranked officer on shift will notify dispatch, and they're going to notify them of hazardous road conditions and snow accumulation on our roadways. From there, dispatch will notify our streets manager and the village manager via a direct phone call. And beyond that, you'll see step 3, our streets manager will notify the following staff members of the situation, the crews being called out, the equipment needed, and any other pertinent information to that specific incident. And kind of jumping back up to the top here, we're going to jump to page 5, which is just one page up. So once this is activated, the team has actually put together a plan for the plowing process, and this just helps to better clear those roads. So from here, you start with Hickory and Sutterth to the circle, and then it also talks about the direction that the snow is to be plowed. I think there was some issues previously with that, so we've even captured the direction of which those plows are facing to push the snow. Moving on to Hickory and Carrizo, and then followed by the Carrizo and Sutter to Highway 70 East. And we have quite a bit of roads here in Ruidoso, so we did not come up short with the priority of those roads to be plowed. Just flipping through here, we have on page 4 of this plan, we have identified primary routes to be plowed. So you'll see here we have the first priority, the second priority, and the third priority. And to reference the second document that you have in front of you, we've based our first, second, and third priority routes off of the school bus routes as well. So all of that has been taken into consideration, the roads that they follow and their times in addition. Moving on beyond the plowing process, the primary routes, we've also spelled out responsibilities for every department or individual that is involved with this plan and process. So each one of these is spelled out with their specific responsibilities. And then coming on down towards the end of the document, I'm going to scroll through here pretty quickly. We've got equipment and material. That is throughout all departments within the village. The team has put together a collaborative list of every item that they'll be using to accomplish these objectives that we've set forth. And then lastly, we've also included a phone list for everyone that is involved with this process. And it is their 24/7 phone line, so you won't reach a desk line with a voicemail. Do you have anything that I missed?
You know, the only thing I'd like to kind of shine some light on too is, you know, we talked about the priority routes.
Right.
Every road in Reynosa is a priority. You know, and with the equipment that we've received in the past couple of years, it makes it a little easier for us to get to these roads. The reason we're calling these priorities is mainly for the schools, for the buses. You know, myself and Josh are in communication with the buses in the schools, you know, for school cancellations and stuff like that. So, main thoroughfares, you know, getting, you know, the roads cleared for the highways is, you know, number one, and then the bus routes. So
Right.
that's kind of where that came from.
That's how we've always kind of had it, and that's what I was going back to your call chart, Daniela. That's what I was about to ask you. When do you notify the schools, or how do you? Well, mainly the bus barn.
Usually, Mayor Pro Tem, we'll monitor the weather, and you know, if we see with the stuff we have now, especially like Frank Potter, you know, he's gonna send us messages. The night before, we'll usually relay, you know, communications with the schools and the buses, and then usually about about 5 o'clock, Josh. The buses are communicating with us to see how the road conditions are.
Okay.
I agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem, though. If that could be written in there somewhere, as a partner with the schools that has that need for moving kids or canceling school or whatever, obviously they can do that autonomously and on their own, but if we could rope them in as a partner, I think that would be great.
Well, and I know the buses also look at Mescalero and out by the airport.
Right.
Because there are times when we've had great weather here in town and the roads are pretty clear and you go, why did they cancel school today? But they're snowbound out in Alto.
In Alto and
by
all
the
that.
airport, yeah. So,
That's correct. I remember that.
one request would be in the second priority, under sand salt routes, we add hydrant to that.
It's on there. All of, Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor, you know, we're allotted 1,000 tons of salt from the state. We also budgeted to buy our own salt.
Yeah.
So any road that needs to be salted, you know, that's a hazard, especially like high loop, you know, the parts we do salt.
A lot of accidents.
And our smaller trucks, you know, with the equipment that you guys have approved, you know, we've gotten, you know, we have the smaller salters on there, so we are salting those streets, yes.
So, because it's not specifically listed, but because they're being plowed, then those other trucks have this.
Yes, and these are the main salt routes, is the main thoroughfare, but yes, we do salt the side roads.
Well, K Street's not a major thoroughfare. I mean, there's 1.5 houses on K Street.
If that.
Yeah. My daughter's there, and that's the only house. But yeah, no, High Loop ever since I've moved there. I remember one of our former police chiefs was still a patrol officer and tried walking up there to deal with about 5 accidents and fell on his butt about 6 times and watching him from the top. It was interesting.
And Josh, I know on some of our trucks, the regular size Parks and Rec and them, they have those plows on there. But when they go through the neighborhoods, if they could somehow schedule 2 swipes, because that was the questions that I was asked, if instead of just one of the pickup truck, we're used to, or I should say, I'm used to the dump truck, the 12-yard dump truck with the wider push blade, clearing a wider path, where the single truck, F-100, whatever, is just doing a different width. And they only just sweep by once, and where some of the residents, can't they just open it up a little bit more?
Mayor Pro Tem, go ahead, Josh, if you want to answer.
Yes, sir, Mayor Pro Tem Council. That is something that we did bring up in our conversations, that if somebody was gonna go up a road, go ahead and get the whole road cleared off at the time.
Okay.
So, I know in the past too, we had some, with emergencies where we had an emergency vehicle just go up to a house, and their only concern at the time was being able to get to the house. So those were some of the areas that we had as well, but we did talk with them and ask if they're gonna do that on the way out, if they could get the other side as well.
Right, okay.
And that's one of the things that it brought, when we did sit down and have our meeting with Parks and Rec and all the people involved, that was one of the things that got brought up is, with my truck, it's a smaller truck, and it takes me, 3 to 4 laps to actually clear a road. So, take the time to do it, because we won't have to come back.
Good.
Yeah, I would say this, the priority list is when we get close to having a snow event, let's also get it out through social media. Because even if we put it in the newsletter.
Insider, that's once a month, and then it's there.
What do I get, and just so that everybody knows, by looking at this, being on the council does not get our streets plowed any faster than anybody else's.
Well, it sure
You just asked about yours.
No, I brought up your street. I live in High Loop.
Oh, okay.
It's for the accidents that occur there.
Gotcha.
And it usually seems to be our visitors from Texas with vehicles sliding
Or
around.
Suburbans.
Yeah, well, if they're lucky. But, no, this is great. One more thing is just so that everybody understands, we're plowing the roads. Sometimes that means it's gonna block your driveway. So if you've already shoveled out your driveway, sorry, but,
At least
can't
you have
stop
a
and do
road.
every driveway too. So.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I just had a logistical question, and either to Josh or Adam. It's been some time ago that this very item brought up, and out of it came this great plan. But there was also a question on personnel and lodging coming in from out of the village who may need overnight lodging, and I think that was kind of left in the air, and I'm just curious to know how we address that.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Jackson, starting especially like last year, it was brought up, and Manager Dodge, and we had blocked off a block of rooms at one of the hotels here in town to get people. And we are actually looking, now that we have the RJU building down there at the street shop, and, we have got that other building, we're actually gonna look at putting some kind of modular out there to have some kind of.
Emergency housing and that kind of thing. Because if they can't get in, then we're in trouble with this plan.
It just
Or worse, can't
happens
get home.
faster. Happens faster, too, if they're right there.
Right.
Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor, I thought we did mention that in the plan somewhere.
Yeah, I think it is in here, I believe.
I believe we did incorporate that. If not, we will. And, in addition to that, the other area that we do need to add is the financial section on how we track those financial matters.
Right.
Mayor Pro Tem, as Counselor, as we were talking earlier, I really believe in planning, because that's what creates the continuity from government to government, administration to administration. So, I applaud the efforts of staff to put this document together, and
Very good.
it's very comprehensive in its approach.
I agree with you,
Councilor
Manager.
Hooker, we were talking about the coordination between the schools that is in here under Public Works Directors and Street Departments.
Perfect.
Responsibilities.
Good, thank you.
So good. Any other question? Or Danielle or?
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, it is a pretty comprehensive document if you take it, and if there's any additions or anything else that you or the public communicates, feel free to let us know.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I add something real quick, Mayor? Pro
Sure.
Council, just for you to know, on here where it says the street department plow routes, these are listed, those aren't the complete roads, they're just the areas of where
that.
these people will be. So,
Yeah.
if you look at that.
That's good to point out.
So, it's just the areas of where they will be at.
So I think what I need then is the phone number of the person responsible for the area, so I can bake them cookies and try and get them.
Look at Adam.
Adam will
It's
take
listed
that.
on there.
Last page phone list.
Breakfast burritos would be appreciated.
Any other questions?
I would just say thank you to everybody that's involved in this. I know, it's kind of like, well, why do we have to sweep the sidewalk in Midtown? Well, because if we don't get the snow off there, it gets packed down, it gets to be ice. Same thing with our roads. And then it's just, once it turns to ice, good luck getting rid of it. So, those people that are up at 4 o'clock in the morning and out there cleaning off the roads, that by the time we wake up, we go, oh yeah, we can get to work maybe. So I appreciate that and the dedication for those people going above and beyond. It's a position I would not want. So, but thank you guys for doing it.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, sir.
Council, just on that note, there is a lot of activity that's happening behind the scenes with every single event and planning. Danielle, can you touch a little bit about, some of our emergency planning that we do, just so that, for the awareness?
Of course. Kind of like Manager Dodge mentioned earlier, if you look through this plan, I'm sure you'll be pretty pleased with all of the detail, the attention to detail that we put in there. But as to Manager Dodge's question, we try to take advantage of every opportunity we have to essentially practice those emergency management and emergency operation type settings. So for example, the Aspen Fest Parade, we did put together an incident action plan for that, and we followed that. We also debriefed that and looked for pitfalls and areas to improve. So earlier, the Parks and Rec also mentioned our December Light Parade, and we actually have a planning meeting coming up on Monday for that. So we're going to take our learnings from the Aspen Fest Incident Action Plan and develop another one for the December Light Parade. So any area that we can develop plans and become more efficient is what we're working towards. So we've definitely been pretty active, and as Manager Dodge mentions, a little bit is behind the scenes. It's not necessarily in the forefront, but it is good to put out there that these things are being done, and anything from communications, public information, logistics, supplies, all the planning aspects and operations, the tactics of those operations, all of those things are being captured, just not necessarily publicized. Those are internal documents that we operate by. And it also helps if we do get into a larger incident, that if we have to activate our emergency operations center, we already have objectives developed that we can build off of and respond more efficiently.
Great job.
Very good. Very good. Well, thank you very much.
Mayor, Council, one of the projects we've been working on for quite some time was developing a grant program to assist businesses and working with the metropolitan redevelopment area.
Right.
All the way from the Y to the Upper Canyon Circle. So Samantha is going to be talking a little bit more about the facade squad grant that we currently have open and the timeframes that we're going to be working with. Zach Cook has a few days left till he's still state rep, and some of the junior bill money did come through his efforts as a state legislator, and with that, we were awarded for this program $230,000 that we have available to grant out to private businesses. So Samantha.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. We have this grant opportunity for our Redoso Main Street commercial businesses. Those property owners have been mailed in accordance with their address on record with the Lincoln County Assessor's Office, and I went downtown myself and hand-delivered letters to our business tenants there, and we documented who each letter was left with, and so they were provided the information. It is an introductory letter from the mayor with a detailed timeline that's within our grant application. The grant application went live October 31st. We have not received any to date, but tomorrow night at 6 o'clock, we have a public meeting here in the council chambers It'll be on Zoom as well because many of our property owners are not locals. So we'll have an opportunity for them to ask questions. I'll be present and have some information, what's eligible, what's not eligible. I'll also have Amy Bell with the New Mexico Main Street program for the state. She's going to demonstrate some low-cost, effective projects that have a large impact to these smaller building fronts. And so we have the parameters set. They can apply up to $40,000. We're expecting there's a 25% match for whatever they are awarded. By December 21st, applicants will be notified if they are successful or not successful. And this is a program that's open to improve stucco, paint, windows, lighting, signage, anything on the front of their buildings. Does not include sidewalks, if those are in disrepair, roofs, things on the interior cannot be qualified to improve their buildings. So we're just using this funding to improve the marketability of the general area and just the visual impact. So they'll be weighted on a scope of work that will be submitted with each application, and we would like details as well as cost estimates for each project. The mayor has selected a group of individuals that will score the grant application similar to the way we handled the COVID dollars back in 2020.
Good. And again, the areas from the Y to the circle?
No, our metropolitan redevelopment area plan that you all adopted last spring covers that full length of Sudworth. This is only for our Main Street district. It's
Okay.
specified in the junior bill that we have to use it for those businesses only.
Shame, I know a few of them just put signs up. They could have gotten some money to help with that.
Yes, we have been seeing a lot of improvements down there, a lot of renovations, and so I think this will just continue raising the bar and improving that downtown district. There's still some lingering properties that take up a lot of frontage of Sudworth that could, hopefully, they will be applying. I haven't heard yet if they will or will not be, but we're looking forward to answering any questions and helping them through the grant process. So the deadline for the applications is December the 2nd at 5 o'clock.
If the attendance in tomorrow evening's meeting, if it's not high, or you only get 2 people, will you schedule another one, or can we do that just to?
I would prefer to meet with people one-on-one, actually. Tomorrow's more just to try to collectively answer questions, since I'll have the Main Street there at a designated time frame. But throughout the grant application and on the website, they've listed my extension as well as my email address. So I think that that would be a better way, just because each property is so different.
Right.
And I think it'd be better if we can pull in if they have questions on infrastructure or things like that. We can bring in whichever director may have a weigh in on that property.
So Samantha, I'm
Sounds
sorry,
good.
what's the total amount of money that's available for this program?
So the total amount of grant dollars we have is $230,000.
Okay, so assuming maximum of 40,000, it's not gonna go very far. If everybody were awarded that.
Correct.
But if nobody's interested, then those that apply, their chances are greater of getting the full 40.
Definitely. So it'll be interesting to see what types of projects we get out of this. We're really excited to help these people improve their buildings, and I think it's just going to be a huge improvement to that downtown area. And again, thank you to our state representative
Yes,
and
thank
also Bill Burt, for our Senator Bill Burt too.
Great.
Great.
Any other questions for Samantha? No?
Mayor
Thank
Pro,
you.
Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem, we recognize Representative Cook. I don't know why he laughs every time we say that. But Mayor Pro Tem, just Counselor, it's up to 40,000. So if there's people that are interested for 2,000, 10,000, whatever, that and one question that people may pose is in kind considered a match as well. And so I think it is, and that's one of the things that we need to consider if there are putting in-kind services in, or maybe they have already completed some design work or things of that nature. But Samantha will be giving that presentation tomorrow, and she's done a great job. She's pretty much taken this on herself, by herself. So thank you, Samantha. Great job. Samantha, can you talk a little bit more just for the council's information of the general public? We're getting ready to go into a legislative session, so what does that process look like?
I've submitted our capital outlay request to the Southeastern Council of Governments. We submitted 5 projects or funding requests, and they'll be heard at the end of this month in front of our representatives. And I think they have invited both, depending on the outcome of today, to be at those hearings. And we'll have, I'm not sure which counselor will be there with us presenting. Typically, we have 2 or 3 of you all with us, and it'll be on Zoom, or we can make the trip to Roswell as well to present those, and then during the legislative session as well. Last year, we prepared packets for the mayor and Tim to hand out at the Roundhouse, and obviously from the amount of dollars we received, I think it was very impactful having the representation up there.
That's great.
Appreciate you all.
My information shows it's December 12th for Lincoln County.
Ours is the 12th. I have to look at Hubert's calendar.
Yeah, nothing goes on until December, so.
Sounds good.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes, sir.
can I just make a comment that the reason I laugh is because it's uncomfortable to take credit considering the strength and competency of your internal lobbying team.
Good answer there,
Is that like
Counselor.
this during the meetings,
Well, thank you, Sam.
Appreciate it.
Okay, moving on. I'm going to skip over the reports from the municipal officials and go to public hearings, since we have a few people in the audience that have been patiently waiting. Public hearing number 1, Restaurant B liquor license with on-premises consumption and patio services to be used at the business known as Los Agaves Ruidoso, located at 390 Sutter Drive, Ruidoso, New Mexico. Who's speaking to this?
Mayor Pro Tem, I can provide a brief presentation.
Okay,
The Village of Ruidoso received an application from the Alcoholic Beverage Control Division on or about September 29th for Los Agaves Ruidoso, applying for a Restaurant B liquor license with on-premises consumption and patio service for their restaurant cafe located at 390 Sutter's Drive. As required, the village published in the Ruidoso newspaper notice of this public hearing 2 times, on October 7th and October 12th. And as of date and this time, the office has not received any correspondence for or against the request.
very good. So at this time, I will open it up. It is a public hearing. I'd open it up to anybody in the public that'd like to make a comment for or against this issue. Anybody from TV land responding to say anything?
I'm sorry, sir?
Anybody from Zoom or YouTube responding to comment?
We do not see any, sir.
Okay, and at this time, I will close the public hearing and ask the council if they have any questions.
Not so much a question, but just a point of clarification. Just in the application, there is some incorrect information here. It says distance from nearest school is 0.5 miles to Nob Hill Early Childhood Center. That school has not been there for a couple of years now.
Right.
So, but the nearest school is actually even further away.
Right.
Just to be clear on that.
Good catch.
Well, I was looking through here to see if there's something from like daycare type things, but there's no restriction as far as that goes.
That's
Just
what
to
I
make sure
understood.
just to make sure they're good with everything.
Okay. Well, at this time, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, with the editorial correction from our counselor, I move that the Los Agaves liquor license application be approved at 390 Sudworth Drive, Ruidoso, New Mexico.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Just to clarify, Counselor Hooker did you second? Okay. Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Good, very good.
I'm sorry?
You're doing very well with
Sorry.
Counselor
Thank you.
Luderman's.
Luderman. I was trying to say, I was gonna say Luder, to get her confused. Public hearing number 3, excuse me, appeal of revocation on conditional use case CU 2020-0786, 718 Carrizo Canyon Road, Ruidoso, New Mexico.
Mayor Pro Tem, since this is a quasi judicial public hearing, we have our applicant online, just for the record.
Okay.
This has been posted in accordance with Chapter 54. It was posted in the newspaper for the minimum 15 days and posted at the property site, as well as letters mailed to everybody within 200 feet of the Zoom link, as well as notification of your all's hearing today of this appeal.
So you did give all the supporting documentation from P&Z and all their,
Yes, sir. We have taken photos of the property's current state from this morning that I believe the village clerk.
Yes.
so these were from this morning.
That is correct.
Okay.
Bobby, it's kind of hard to put the pictures together because it spans such a distance across there, but how many vehicles were out there this morning?
The number of vehicles that are associated specifically to the auto shop, there was one vehicle in front, and I believe that there were 7 vehicles parked in the rear. Did you include the initial conditional use?
They do. They
Okay.
have all of the
In the
documents.
initial conditional use, the site plan for parking at the location was for one vehicle in front, handicap parking to the side, and then I believe 5 parking spaces behind the location. With that being said, he's not specifically in compliance with the actual parking that was in the conditional use, but he does have the number of vehicles correct on the property.
Okay.
The other photographs that are there with a house, that is actually the residence directly behind that location, in which Mr. Olivas was having several vehicles parked at that location as well, and I included those photographs this morning. 2 of the vehicles with a total of 14 were at that general area this morning. However, I can't say for fact that they're specifically associated to the business. We have seen numbers of vehicles throughout this process in excess of 20 associated to the business and location directly behind the business, believed to be associated to the business. And we've had this ongoing issue with Mr. Olivas and excessive storage of vehicles and parts.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, if I could just give a brief description of the entire case. He came before the Planning Commission in November of 2020. That was after being found in violation on Gavilan Canyon Road of excessive accumulation of storage and equipment. So he relocated to Carrizo Canyon. So with that in mind, upon approving the conditional use, we wanted to make sure he was limited to the amount of vehicles that would fit without impacting the neighboring properties, even though it is a county property directly behind this property. In addition to that, we had our Public Works Director out there to make sure that the disposal of the oils and grease and other lubricants for the vehicles were properly disposed of. So we had Adam Sanchez go out there, meet multiple times with Mr. Olivas to make sure that he's properly disposing of it. During his visit, he reiterated that all of the work must be conducted within the building. There's not to be any work conducted outside of the building. And that's due to the creek right there below Carrizo Canyon Road, where his business is located. We had multiple surrounding property owners phone in to us and complain that he was conducting work outside of this building and that he had excessive storage, more vehicles than were allowed. So at that point, on April 5th, 2022, we scheduled a quasi-judicial public hearing before the Planning Commission to revoke his conditional use permit based on the violations of number 4 and 5 that were listed in the case study. He came in, the board unanimously approved to give him an extension period that they would not revoke it, and we would conduct inspections every 30 days, and then after 3 successful 30-day inspections, we went to 90 days. So May 3rd, at the Planning Commission, Officer Simpson reported that there was substantial progress made on the property. In June, we had seen the property was maintained as well, and in July, there was some improvements as well at the July 5th meeting reported. However, in the months of August, I'm not sure if his workload increased and it was not manageable, but he began doing work outside the building again and was storing an excessive amount of vehicles, which you all can see were submitted with our agenda packet. At that time, we went back into a review of his property, September 6th, and he had an excessive amount of vehicles, and they unanimously voted to revoke the conditional use approval for the property. On September 8th, he was mailed a revocation letter to the applicant, and on the 12th, we received an appeal letter from Mr. Olivas for his case, requesting to remain operational until we are here today for this public hearing for you all to consider his request to appeal the Planning Commission's decision from September the 6th. I'll let Officer Simpson explain. There has been a citation issued into the municipal court as well.
Okay.
So, at the direction of the Planning Commission, it was also recommended that we issue some form of citation or criminal filing against Mr. Olivas for violating the conditions of the granted use at that location. I did submit a criminal filing against Mr. Olivas. I believe that he has been given a time frame to bring the number of vehicles at that location into compliance with that. So as of today, I'm not aware that that case has been closed, but he did receive a criminal summons from the municipal court for the same violation in a separate category, the criminal offense versus the actual violation and revocation.
Okay. I guess my question is that minusing you mentioned about vehicles parked on the county side of the road, minusing those vehicles from the count, is he still out of compliance?
To date, no. I don't know what the status of the property was yesterday. I had my staff call and remind him to be present at today's hearing at 3 o'clock. So by the time Officer Simpson went by this morning, he was in compliance with the number of vehicles.
So he was in compliance?
He is in compliance as of
this minute?
Correct.
That's not including when you mentioned about the county vehicles or on the
Correct.
county road where it's all parked on up here on the top?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Cook, I'm not familiar because I just do this very much. Do we need I'm assuming Mr. Olivas is on Zoom, and do we need to swear him in for any statements and,
Yes.
or any witnesses?
You need to ask if there are any witnesses, including Mr. Olivas,
Okay.
and have him stand and raise the right hand and swear him in.
Mr. Olivas, are you online? I don't see him.
He's up there.
Oh, there he is.
There he comes.
Let him know he's.
You're muted, Mr. Olivas. I think he's working on it. There you go.
Okay, how about there?
Okay, good. On the proceeding of this type of hearing, you'll have to be sworn in, and also if you have any witnesses that wish to speak on your,
My wife, she's in the room.
okay? If you don't mind gathering her there by you and our,
She's right here.
we just can't see her. Hold on.
She's
Where-
right here. She got a broken foot the other
Oh,
day.
I'm sorry. There, we can see you now. We expanded our screen. So,
Mayor, you may want to mention that you're opening the public meeting.
oh, yes, I'm
Public hearing.
sorry. At this time, I'll open up the public meeting or hearing for this case. And at this time, we will swear in these two witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Will you mind swearing them in, or?
Can you guys raise your right hand, please?
Raise your right hand.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give today will be the truth? The whole truth and nothing but the truth?
The whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Okay, throwing a little TV.
Thank you. So here's your opportunity, Mr. Olivas, to present your case and.
Mayor?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Mr. Olivas,
Yes.
let me explain
Can
to
you
you
hear me?
too.
Hold on a minute.
Let me just, so that you are aware that you have the right to cross-examine these two witnesses here, if you have any questions of them. But it has to be questions that you ask a question and they answer the question. It's not another opportunity for you to try and testify further or badger them or anything along those lines. It has to be very structured whereby you ask a question and you allow them to answer, if you choose to do that.
No, I think Robert has done a great job, means that his job is what it is. I did go to court and the judge cited me, he gave me a $50 fine. Although he did mention that it probably would have been right if Robert would have asked me before taking pictures, what was the deal about all the cars? And what it was I got cited on 718 Carrizo Canyon for having all the cars, but at the last hearing, they threw in 198 Gavilan Canyon at the last minute, which I knew nothing that I was on trial for on 198 Gavilan Canyon. So while trying to run my business at 718 Carrizo, I had to get rid of all the cars at 198 Gavilan Canyon. So on the way, I have a receipt for 23 cars that I had to throw away in Carrizozo, and I was bringing them through my shop to throw them away. And had Robert stopped and said, "Hey, what's going on?" I would have told him, "Look, I'm throwing them away." He could have came the next day and all the cars would have been gone, and they've been gone since. It would have taken him 2 minutes to ask me the question before taking pictures and running to show the pictures that, well, he's out of compliance again. It took me a couple of weeks because I'm only one-man gang. I don't have a crew of people working for me. So they're gone now. Anybody can go to 198 Gavilan Canyon and see that I don't have a contract over there no more. So they can't give me a citation over there. I don't have no contract over there no more, just over here. And just for the record, I have been in compliance. I was with the understanding it was 7 cars behind my shop, not 5. And I rented my shop 3 months before I rented my house. How they affiliated both of them, only Robert can tell me how they did that. So I still don't understand that part, how they affiliated my house with my shop. And that's pretty much all I want to say.
Okay. I understood your question. You're just wanting to know how they affiliated your residence, home residence to your business shop,
Right, with the car count.
the car count, okay?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'm happy to answer that. The property at 198 Gavilan Canyon Road was, prior to me coming on board here at the Village of Verdoso, entered into an agreement that he could operate on one vehicle at a time at that location. It was found to be a nuisance. He had way more than one vehicle. He had RVs, boats, and other types of vehicles stored there unsightly. Work was being conducted as well, so there was a concern for the drinking water. And so that's why he was asked to cease operations there, and he relocated his business to Carrizo Canyon Road and sought out a conditional use permit. So with conditional use permits, we look at the impact to the neighborhood, we look at traffic. We also understand, because of past history throughout the village with this specific business, that they have been a nuisance at multiple locations. So keeping that in mind as we work through this conditional use permit, that impact was considered.
Okay. Did everybody get that?
So the reason for revocation has nothing to do with Gavilan Canyon. It was just
Right.
to show a pattern,
Correct.
a history. Okay.
Help me out here, Zach. So he asked this question, they answered it. I thought it was an accurate answer.
It's, you guys are here to hear, you're here to hear the testimony and weigh it according to however it suits you. So, and he made some statement that made me think maybe his testimony was over, but I think you should maybe ask him if he has any follow-up testimony or questions of the witnesses, and then give his wife an opportunity to speak if she'd like to.
Did you hear that, Mr. Olivas? If you have any other follow-up questions, or if your wife
Yes,
wants.
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay,
In 198 Gavilan Canyon, I never even had a conditional use. Somehow, all they did was give me a work permit. They allowed me to work there for over 5 years with some kind, and it was a residential zoning. Why they let me do it for over 5 years is beyond me. They said that it was okay. For 5 years, I had a permit. And then all of a sudden they come and say, oh no, you can't work here. You have no bathroom, no this, no running water, no this. Oh no, now you have to stop. Okay, fine. I listened. I packed it up and I left. Now they made me jump through hoops over here and made me pay rent for 3 months without giving me a permit. And I jumped through every hoop they told me. Everything. I have 2 disabled people in my house. This city has tased my son 3 times. And now I've been wronged here. I'm listening to everything they're telling me to do. I am in compliance now. I'm just asking for an opportunity to feed my family. That's it.
okay, thank you. Now, I believe, in my view of all this, Mr. Olivas, is that we're in compliance right now you are in compliance right now at this moment. Will it remain in compliance from this point forward?
I'm going to do the best that I can.
Now, I mean,
I assure you.
that's kind of a hard answer to receive, doing the best you can. If there's
Yes,
more
sir.
than the permitted cars or allowance on the property, then you're in violation. Do you see where I'm getting at? I mean, if
Yes,
you're right now at this moment, my understanding now, we have our staff here that can't go drive and count the cars for us right at the moment. I'm taking your word for it. You're in compliance. However, come tomorrow at 8:05, all of a sudden you're out of compliance.
I understand. I will stay in compliance.
That's what I was wanting to hear. For me, myself, you got a whole board here that we're gonna vote here shortly. Do you have any other questions for these witnesses up here?
No, sir.
Okay, you presented your case, that's right. Do they counter to what he's asking?
So he has just made his presentation, and I believe his wife was sworn under oath if she would like to testify.
I thought he said she won't.
Oh.
Will your wife want to testify?
I'm okay, thank you.
She's okay.
Okay, and then you should ask one more time if there's anybody else in the room or
Oh, that's
on
right.
YouTube.
Since this is a public hearing, is there anyone on Zoom or in this room that want to make a comment or make any statement on this case? Mr. Dodge, so you gotta swear him in.
Mr. Judge, do you swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Hit your mic.
Hit your mic. yeah.
Yes, I do. Mayor Pro Tem, Council, prior to the revocation hearing in I believe it was May, Mr. Olivas did ask myself and Ron, I believe Adam, to also go out to the site. At that time, they weren't in compliance, and we did ask staff to work with them to try to get them in compliance. So I know that there's been several efforts. The Planning and Zoning Board has also given several efforts. And there's been several times that Mr. Oliva said that, yes, he was going to stay in compliance and has failed to.
Okay. Do I give him time to respond? So, Mr. Olivas, you want to respond to that statement? Did you hear the statement?
Yes, yes, sir.
Would you like to give a response to what was stated?
Just that I had a lot of work in front of me, and I'm saying I had accumulated a lot of stuff through the years, and it was not easy to do it by myself. And I've done it. I've thrown away a lot of stuff. It was like 13 dump trucks and 20, I think I counted almost 30 vehicles. Some were Mercedes, BMWs. I lost a lot of money, but I had to do what I had to do, and it's just done. It was just a lot of work, and I had to do it myself. I mean, I've got kids that help, but they have jobs and lives they have to do themselves.
Right.
And I understand that it's taken me a while. There's no excuse. I shouldn't have accumulated so much stuff. And that's the bottom line.
I understand that, Mr. Olivas. I'm sorry. Mr. Sena.
Mr. Sena,
Our deputy.
I also want to testify on this one.
Mr. Sena, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do, yes. Mayor Pro Tem Salas, members of the governing body, I also, as Manager Dodge stated, we did visit the location. There was vehicles that were parked there at the location. There was some next door, and at the property owner's residence also that we discussed to him. He said that he would have the cars removed, and we did also. He was also advised, and as Manager Dodge stated, that we would have staff work with him, and but it continued to be some issues of some of the vehicles still on premises and not meeting the number of vehicles that was allowed by the planning and zoning.
Would you like to respond to that, Mr. Olivas?
There again, there's no excuse. I mean, compared to today, it's not the same place. I've put cones. A lot of my customers would go into the neighbor's yard. I've put cones up so they don't do that anymore. I've done the best I can to keep the traffic. It's very hard to keep traffic to one vehicle up front, but I've managed to do it. You know, I mean, even though I sell vehicles, to sell a vehicle and also maintain talking to customers is not easy with only allowed one vehicle in front of my business. Robert told me that if they stay there just a few minutes, there shouldn't be a problem. I've managed to do that. I think I can do it. A lot of the vehicles in the back of my building are going to be leaving within this week. A lot of them are mine still. If I can just keep it down to just my customers, I think I might be able to bring it down to 3 vehicles. So if I can do that, it won't be so hard to stay under the mark, so to speak.
Okay. Well, do you have any other questions or
No, sir.
statements? Okay. And we're done with our part of the presentation, or your part of the presentation, I should say. Correct?
Yes, sir.
So at this time, I will close the public hearing, and we will have discussion with the council. As we heard, this has been an ongoing nuisance, and I'm just specifically talking about Carrizo. I don't want to go back to Gavilan. That has nothing to do with it. So with Carrizo, I understand our staff has worked diligently and courteously to the business owner in trying to keep in compliance, but over the amount of time that it keeps coming, it seems like there's a repetition of violations that pop up. As I mentioned earlier, you know, is he in compliance right at this moment? Yes, but my concern is tomorrow morning at 8:08. So that's what, and Councilor Lutterman has a question.
Bobby, Sam, now, part of this was Mr. Olivas was working outside of the home with oils and everything, and one of the things is that it can go into the river. So is he still working outside the home?
In August, we had received multiple complaints from surrounding properties as well as conducting business. Did you observe that prior to the P and Z hearing in September?
I did not personally. but
Does
we
he have a shop?
Yes, he has a 2-bay
Okay.
metal garage.
Okay, so that's one of those was the shop. Okay.
And
Can I respond to that?
Yes, sir.
No, we've
I'm
closed
sorry,
the public hearing. This is the discussion for the council.
Okay.
Oh, I see,
Okay.
yes.
yeah, the 2-bay shop on the third photograph, that's
Got
the
it.
shop.
Okay.
May I ask?
Yes.
A couple questions. One, in our packet here, there's some things that are, some pictures that are labeled as violation pictures provided by code enforcement 105, 205, 305, 405. I don't see a 505. But I don't see a timestamp on those. Do you know approximately when those photographs were taken?
Is it the last set that's there?
It's the pictures of a lot of cars, and there's a vehicle out front with the hood up, and it looks like they're working on it. There's a little trailer with something on it.
I'll pull that up right now.
Okay.
The photos that you're inquiring about, I believe that those are the photographs that were presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission when it was discussed about his revocation. That was for the
So
revocation.
those were August, September-ish, something,
You have the date of that
I'm guessing.
revocation hearing?
No, we went before them in April, and then the planning commission granted him periodic reviews, and so we've expended a lot of staff hours.
So those may have been all the way back in April.
I believe that those would have been at the last one where they decided for revocation, which would have been, is that September?
Yeah, looks pretty green.
Yeah.
So that makes me, I don't know, I'm guessing that it's not April because of, there's so much green grass growing
Yeah.
with the we've had it.
Probably in the summer, yeah, you're right.
Or September.
Photographs attached. Those are not those. That would have been it. So they were not from April. I can make that statement because we have different photographs for April.
Okay.
I apologize, I don't have the correct date. They were prior.
That's okay. Another question I have is, in the submitted documents here, there is a handwritten site plan. I'm assuming that was provided by Mr. Olivas to get his original conditional use.
That's correct, and
Okay.
so by signing his case study, he's agreeing to continue with the site plan as submitted and the
Okay.
conditions within the case.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Any other counselors?
You stated that this was a pattern of continued, so how, just say the pattern, how often did that occur during to get to this point? You know, as far as the different violations, you stated that it was a pattern he'd clean up and then be in violation, and so I'm assuming it would be you all working with them, having to visit a number of times.
At this specific location, it's been since November of 2020. Prior to that, we worked with him in 2019 at the Gavilan Canyon location, and it's been reported to us that this was occurring on Carter's Lane as well with the same business.
But we're only focusing
We're
on,
only looking at
On
Carrizo.
Carrizo, yes.
So it hasn't been a pattern in Carrizo.
Yes.
Okay. I was just advised, Mr. Olivas, I could call on you. Do you want to have a response to what you were going to talk earlier? Or question?
Well, the lady who was sitting next to you mentioned something. What was it? I'm sorry. She mentioned, what was she?
I think I asked about,
The oil?
oil, if you work outside.
Yes. No. I mean, if opening a hood to a car, I mean, just to look under a hood, but I have a contract with Safety Clean, which comes and picks up the oil. I mean, nothing goes outside. I was specifically told by not only the fire department, but when they came in, my oil barrels are in a certain spot and they have to stay in that spot. No oil goes outside of the building. I have been trained by OSHA. I've been doing mechanics for over 30 years.
Okay, I
know
was just asking.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions or statements to be made? The public hearing has closed, so we're done there. I'd entertain a motion.
Well, I'd like to ask the legal one question there.
Sure.
As far as the different options on this there, is there, let's just say, I know there's either to approve or disapprove the appeal, or, so is there any kind of, say, I hate to put somebody out of business totally, but, you know, there is a history of, but is there any kind of conditions that you could put on this as far as that would automatically kick in if there were, any violations in the future.
I suppose.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir.
Your mic.
Mayor Pro Temp, with that question, can you give us a 5-minute recess to consult?
Sure. Mr. Olivas, we're going to take a 5-minute recess to go over an ordinance to answer Councilor Eby's question.
Absolutely.
Okay. That's a good question.
It's probably Jenny that, back here instead of.
That's right.
And, but I was gonna ask Zach the same thing, if we could put a condition that if there's the first violation, it automatically revokes his license.
If we overturned their decision.
Are you gonna unmute us? Unmute it. Okay, we're back, Mr. Olivas. Manager
Yes.
Dodge.
Mayor Pro Tem Council, we do have a clarification on the question.
Okay,
So section 5462.
turn your mic on.
Section 5462 of your Code of Ordinances is the section that governs appeals to the council on planning and zoning matters. Subsection E of that section says that the council, by 2/3 vote of all its members, may, 1, reverse any order, requirement, decision, or determination of the planning commission, 2, decide in favor of the applicant, or 3, make any change to any order, requirement, decision, or determination of the planning commission. So you have 3 options. You decide in Mr. Olivas's favor and nullify planning and zoning's, the commission's order, which is the same as reversing the order. Or number 3, which is what you asked about, you can make any change to any order, requirement, decision, or determination of the planning commission. So you could reverse their order or amend it somehow such that it is not effective immediately, and then send it back to the planning commission to consider additional conditions to place on it based on where we are today. Or you can get creative with it because it says make any change to any order.
So Zach, I have a question. When you say 2/3, does that include the mayor?
It says to the council by 2/3 of its members.
So 2/3 of the 6, so we would need at least 4 people. Okay.
So really, the whole point of my question was to really nail down if you could allow Mr. Olivas to go ahead and stay in business, but to put a condition on that if any future violations came up, that it wouldn't have to even come back to us, so it would be an automatic case for him to lose.
To revoke the license.
Yes.
The difficult thing about that is that you're making a quasi judicial decision, and now you've kind of kicked it over to the administrative staff to come in and make the decision that, without giving him due process rights to come, which is what he just did today, and argue why it should not be revoked.
Okay, so then they would need to come back anyway. But then, I just hate to put somebody out of business, but if it continues on, then I would have no problem voting to uphold. That's my only thing right there. So.
Clear as mud for me. Well, at this point, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I would move to uphold the appeal of revocation on conditional use case number CU 2020-0786 at 718 Carrizo Canyon Road, Ruidoso, New Mexico.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, I think your motion was to uphold the appeal, which could sound like you're upholding his request.
His request, so
Then
to uphold,
Then I withdraw the motion. A point of clarification then, more properly stated, it should be, I moved to uphold the revocation of conditional use without the use of appeal. And I would, withdraw my former motion, and Mr. Mayor Pro Tem then state, I move to uphold the revocation on conditional use, case number CU 2020-0786 at 718 Carrizo Canyon Road, Ruidoso, New Mexico.
Second.
we have a motion and a second. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
No?
Counselor Eby?
No.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
And Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
All right, let's see here.
4-2, the motion carries, correct?
4-2 is the 2/3. That closes this hearing, public hearing. Sorry about that, Mr. Olivas. I'm sure staff will be contacting you on proceeding forward. Thank you for your time. Moving on. Regular items, number 1. Discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2022-48, a resolution amending ordinance 2014-06, Village of Ruidoso Personnel Policy, Chapters 5 and 7. 5 through 7.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. So this is the, before you have the proposed changes for chapters 5, 6, and 7 of the Village of Ruidoso Personnel Policy rewrite. The significant changes were to chapter 6, the benefits chapter. I know you all have had a chance to review that.
Yes.
I do want to make sure that everyone is aware that 6-9, we did put in a section titled Employee Acknowledgement so that current employees know and employees hired prior to the execution of this, that they will follow the prior ordinance. This would be for all future hired employees after the execution of this resolution. It would specifically pertain to the vacation and sick leave sections. The committee feels that the change to the vacation and sick leave are still very, very great benefits for our employees that come on board with us. You know, many employers don't offer as much as we do, but when you look at all of our benefits as a whole, we have our pay for performance and our insurance benefits, and we take very good care of our employees.
Right.
In that way. But there's still going to be very good benefits when it comes to sick and vacation, just a little more, better manageable for the Village of Ruidoso when it comes to budgeting.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Cheryl?
Cheryl, we had spoken about making this effective January 1, correct? That gives HR and payroll a chance to get everything changed in Tyler, to get it all ready to go?
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Coughlin, yes, that is correct. We have a statement, excuse me, we have a statement on there that it would be in effect first pay period in January, but the comment was made January 1 would be best, and that is the beginning of the pay period. So with that change being made, I believe that would benefit everybody.
That was my thought too, started on a pay period, so it falls on the first, so.
Yeah,
It makes sense.
I would say let's get it started sooner than that, but for
them too.
It's gonna be confusing at first to get it set up, because you're gonna end up having employees on 2 different pay plans.
Yep.
Because one of the things is, I was part of the committee, and we spent hours and hours and hours and hours working on this. But one of the things from the very beginning that we said is current employees, except those that were hired just recently in Parks and Rec, current employees are not affected at all by this change. This would only be for new hire employees. So we would actually have 2 different groups of employees. So any of you guys that are currently on the payroll, it's not going to affect you at all. We do have some very generous benefits, and a little bit of history was, and most of us were, well, some of us were on the council back when it was, but it was determined at some point that we needed to offer better benefits to attract employees. And so we started doing that. We started increasing our benefits, and we offered these really generous benefit packages. And I wish I was a true employee of the village and be able to partake in some of this. But then what happened was we found out that the benefits weren't really attracting people because those don't pay the bills. So then now we're starting to work and we're bringing up the pay to be equitable and you know, a good wage, because that's what you use to pay the bill. Well, we can't continue taking both of them up at the same point. As we increase, the way it's set up now is the main thing was the sick leave payout when people retire. You can collect 1,560 hours. That is a huge, huge liability on the village moving forward. And we need to work to make that manageable. It is something that has to be reported on our audit, correct? The amount of money that's set aside to pay those for people that do retire. And just in some numbers that we got, we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars, and that's not everything. So we have to look for the sustainability of the village and also looking out for our employees at the same time. So that's why some of the changes that we made have to do with the accrual rate and then the maximum that comes there. But for all of our current employees, there is not a single change at all.
So if I may make a comment?
Sure.
Pro Tem, with that immediate address there, with the removal of that, I would feel hypocritical to support that because I did retire and I did receive that benefit and I found it to be a great benefit. I hate to see it go.
Of lowering the cap?
Of not paying out the sick leave upon retirement.
Oh, okay.
Well, we're still paying it out, but the accumulation for the new employees just comes down. It's not up to
Not
50.
for
No, you're not paying
Oh,
it
not
out
for
for
sick.
sick.
I'm sorry,
No.
I'm thinking vacation.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Any other discussion?
I'll make the motion if we're ready.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to adopt resolution 2022-48, a resolution amending ordinance 2014-06, Village of Ruidoso Personnel Policy Chapters 5 through 7 to become effective January 1.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Probably 2023.
Counselor Coughlin,
Aye.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas,
No.
Counselor Eby,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
and Counselor Hooker.
No.
It passes 4-2, so we move on. When I first started working here, I got 2 weeks paid vacation and 1 week of sick leave, and that was it. Paid holidays, because I remember going to a funeral and it was on Veterans Day and I got paid for being gone. So I understand what we're saying. And in 1992, the blue collars workers here organized and brought in a union along with the firefighters. And a lot of these benefits that we're talking right now came out of those negotiations. The sunset clause of 99 took away the unions, and that's where the village said went away, but we continued with the benefits and as they increased. So being a former employee, I always feel I'm responsible for our employees, regardless of the liability of what we have. I think people that work hard out there in the snow and in the water at 2 a.m., should be compensated and appreciated. That's just my statement. Thank you. Item number 2, regular items. Discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2022-49, a resolution creating the Ruidoso Cultural and Natural History for the purpose of promoting projects, programs, exhibitions, or exhibitions. How do you say that?
Exhibitions.
Exhibitions? Exhibitions.
Like when you do your cover.
Oh, there you go. Policy and management related to the cultural and natural history of the village of Ruidoso and region. Mr. Roberts.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, Manager Dodge. Thank you guys so much for taking up this resolution. So as we already spoke about this during the workshop meeting, this would establish a formal committee whose charge it would be to promote the cultural and natural history of Ruidoso and the surrounding Lincoln County region with a focus on not just Ruidoso, but a broader context. This stems from the existing committee that we have for the Wingfield House, but this would formalize that and move it into a broader area. And also, we would also be coming back as part of this committee would be the official appointed committee that we would run
recommendations to the council for the collections and the artifacts and things of that nature that we'll be acquiring for the Wingfield House and whatever else might come down the pike. Who knows what might happen, in the future. So this is trying to think a little bit more broadly about our strategic plan and where we want to be in 5 years, so.
Great. And the first items to get in there are the ones that are in Councilor Letterman's garage.
Exactly.
Those are automatically permitted to go in there.
And the 6 storage units that Frank Potter has. Some of those that he won't tell me where they are. So, yes, absolutely, so.
Very good. I'm glad that that's moving forward, and I saw them doing cinder block work yesterday, I believe. And
Yes, the Mayor Pro Tem councilors, the project is moving along pretty fast right now, actually.
That's great.
So we've finalized some finished work that we needed to get them and some information, and things are moving fast. So we have 3 people who have thrown their hat in the ring for this committee. We're still looking for a few more, and I'll be sending those recommendations to the mayor, and he can review those and bring them back for the next council meeting in December.
great. Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Roberts? I'd entertain the motion.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2022-49, a resolution creating the Ruidoso Cultural and Natural History for the purpose of promoting project, programs, exhibitions, policy, and management related to the cultural and natural history of the village of Ruidoso and region.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Item number 4, discussion and possible action on adoption of thank you, Mr. Roberts. Discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2022-52, a resolution finding the property located at 315 Paradise Canyon Drive, Block 3, Lot 3, 31, 32, 33, and 34 of the Paradise Canyon subdivision. Second supplement, Ruidoso, New Mexico, a public nuisance.
Did we skip 3?
Oh, I skipped 3. Well, we'll go here since I read it, and then I'll go back.
I can go in whichever
I'm just
order
trying to
you
rush, that's all.
Remember, the chair has the
There
ability
you
to
go,
change.
absolutely.
There you go. I'll wait for Bobby to get his slides all in order now.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, this resolution is being brought before you. This property's actually come before this council, and this property was brought to you last in the April, I believe, meeting, where it was found to be a public nuisance. Very minor work was done, which satisfied the resolution, and we have since worked on our process to expedite some of that process. We've had a few meetings to get things lined out a little bit faster so that we don't have these long time frames. If they do work, then we don't have these long time frames to bring it back before council. This property specifically, I'll go through a few photographs for you here. This first photograph, it's on the very right side of the property. It has just basically a pile of rubbish that I believe was once used as a children's fort of some nature, kind of pallets stacked up. I went out and inspected the property with our building official, David Myers, today. He did find that the structures on the property are not in any dilapidated state. It's just the fact that this property is overgrown and you have several issues with storage, vehicles specifically. And of course, you could see from this photograph, the yard is overgrown to the extent that it's really a public hazard as well as a potential fire hazard when we get to that point in the season. The last contact I had with any representatives or persons representing themselves to be a portion or a representative of the party or of the property, they removed a few items that were in this photograph. There were some vending machines and other things of that nature. They removed those and then left the property, and it has not had any change in the property since that time frame. So with that being said, these are the vehicles. I have one more photograph after that. and I've received no contact since that last contact when they removed the vending machines. With that, I will stand for questions.
So the first time, all he did was just move the vehicles over to the next lot, right? Wasn't that?
This property has actually been brought before council twice, before
I
today.
kind of remember.
The first time, what happened was they caught an error that I made on the resolution, which wasn't to include the initial lots
initial
before the
lots.
structure. And I believe, they did not tell me that, but I believe that's why they took the vehicles from one side of the property and moved them onto the other lots. Those lots are now included in this resolution as well as the last resolution in April that was brought before this council.
Thank you. Any other questions for Bobby? I'll entertain a motion.
Wait,
Oh.
sorry. So Bobby, in the actual resolution, it only identifies the property by the street address, 313 Paradise Canyon. But
And not
in
by the lots.
in the title, it includes the lots. So I guess this would be more for Zach. Is that good? Just including the lots in the title and not in the resolution itself?
No, we need it to be in the resolution.
The title to the resolution, because as I understood, it was in the actual.
I don't see it in the resolution itself. I see everything that I keep seeing says 313 Paradise Canyon, 313 Paradise Canyon. In the actual resolution, I don't see the block lots. I mean, it's in the title where it says a resolution finding the property located at 313/315 Paradise Canyon Drive, Block 3, lots 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34 of the Paradise subdivision, second supplement. But when you get into the whereases and the now therefore, that's not there.
It needs to be amended to put in there, and I can do that right now, and you guys can still take action.
Okay. And then I do like the fact that you have in here now, it says all abandoned and inoperable vehicles, all boxes and all weeds, so that if they only do part of it, it doesn't count. Got to do it all. So thank you for getting that correction in there.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2022-52, a resolution finding the property located at 313/315 Paradise Canyon Drive, Block 3, lots 30, 31, 32, 33, and 34 of the Paradise Canyon subdivision, second supplement, Ruidoso, New Mexico, a public nuisance.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, please?
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
And Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
So now is the next
Thank you, Bobby.
resolution.
So now
Yeah,
it's,
thank
yes, thank you for getting that. Now we move back to number 3. Discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2022-51, a resolution finding the property located at 502 Del Norte Drive, Unit 3, Block 4, Lot 4 of the Del Norte Addition, Ruidoso, New Mexico, a public nuisance. We've talked about this before, too.
We have also talked about this. I have a photograph up here. This is a photograph from the roadway. And then I have a couple of zoomed in photographs, very similar to the photographs that you've seen about this property prior. This photograph kind of entails some of the minor things that were left behind, which needs to be corrected to bring this property into full compliance. You've got cinder blocks in the rear of this photograph. You can see some very a minute amount of remnants from that burnt structure that was on the property. There are also some other things on the left side of where this photograph is. I believe I got a photograph of that, which are just some things in these weeds. General cleanup to finish this property off. No contact has been made with this property owner. The last resolution that was brought in April, I posted the resolution on the property as is within state statute, and the item that I actually put the resolution on disappeared, as well as some other smaller things, but they did not finish the project.
I see.
So this is why it's being brought back before this council, and again, we're trying to expedite our system so that we can get on these and get contractors on them, so that we're not giving more time than is allowed within the ordinance.
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
Bobby, was the people that owned that trailer that burnt, were they the owners of the property itself, the ground?
Yes.
Because I've seen them recently in town. I didn't know.
I haven't been able to catch them in a setting where I felt comfortable that I was in a
Right,
uniform
gotcha,
presence.
yeah,
I'm pretty sure I know where you've seen them.
Yep.
However, I haven't been able to have that phone or that in-person conversation. And again, the last contact I had really wasn't contact. It was more them reacting to the posting of the last resolution.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And then I would comment that on this resolution, same thing as the last one, we need to take the lot description and put it actually into the resolution because it only appears in the title.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilor Coughlin, I'll ensure that any future resolutions have that.
Great. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt Resolution 2022-51 with the editorial corrections by our learned counsel. A resolution finding the property located at 502 Del Norte Drive, Unit 3, Block 4, Lot 4 of the Del Norte Edition, Ruidoso, New Mexico, a public nuisance.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
And Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bobby.
Good work. Regular item number 5, discussion and possible action on purchase of 6 dispatch workstations, radios from Advanced Communications and Electronics in accordance with the New Mexico State Contract 10-0000020-00048 to be installed in the Consolidated Dispatch Center at the Horton Complex in the amount of $330,335.96, including gross receipt tax. Chief Chavez.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council. These radios would go into, for our consolidated dispatch, they would be 6 workstations, which will double the capacity of what we have now. So once consolidation happens, we would be able to easily facilitate anybody coming on board with us with the consolidation.
Right. That's very good. I'm glad we're continuing to move forward on this project. And
Yes, sir. And we do also have the infrastructure in place to have 4 more if we needed to for future growth, for, looking for the 15 to 20 year mark out.
Wow.
With the development and the growth of the community, we have the infrastructure in place already. But this would get us double the size of what we have right now.
That's great. That's really great. I'll entertain the motion.
I'll make that motion to approve the purchase of 6 dispatch workstation radios from Advanced Communications Electronics in accordance with the New Mexico State Contract 10-00000-20-00048 to be installed in the Consolidated Dispatch Center at the Horton Complex in the amount of $330,335.96, including gross receipts tax.
Second.
Have a motion.
Question,
Yes.
Chief, I noticed at the bottom here, it says that delivery is 4 to 8 weeks, which is typical.
Yes.
On these, have they indicated that it's probably going to be that 4 to 8 weeks?
Yes, as soon as that they have kept that promise that it will be 4 to 8 weeks.
Okay.
They said it could be sooner than that, but they're putting it on there, so.
Okay, great, thank you.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Stop it.
Did I get everybody?
That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Item number 7, discussion and possible action on ratification of change order number 002 with White Sands Construction, Inc. for the relocation of the HVAC system, the building relocation, and the removal and replacement of the base decreased in amount due to fencing credit in the amount of $20,000 for a total change order amount of $28,327.85, including gross receipt tax, and requesting an increase of time to December 29, 2022. 94 days.
Mayor Pro Tem Council, this is for the RJU shop building. As you know, when we first started the process on it, they had the building in the wrong location. We've changed locations a couple times.
Yep.
So this is just bringing that up to speed of the actual location where the building ended up. With that, they had to relocate the HVAC pad, so that is part of this also. And then the grading plan for the concrete base in front of the base.
Okay.
And then the days for the time lost.
So the back cliff is gonna last at least 20 years, huh?
Well, that's gonna be something else we're gonna have to look at in a later date and build a retaining wall back there.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Sanchez? I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move to ratify change order number 002 with White Sands Construction, Inc. for the relocation of the HVAC system, the building relocation, and the removal and replacement of the base, decrease in amount due to fencing credit in the amount of $20,000 for a total change order amount of $28,327.85, including gross receipts tax, and requesting an increase of time to December 29, 2022.
Second.
Motion and a second. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
No.
Okay.
I didn't vote.
Oh,
And Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
it passes. Item number 8, discussion and possible action on intergovernmental agreement NMMS 2023-002 with State of New Mexico Economic Development Department for the benefit of the Ruidoso Midtown Association in the amount of $80,000.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas, council members, this $80,000 came from capital outlay that was appropriated to the Main Street program, New Mexico Main Street, and is allocated to support our Ruidoso Main Street Association. We have presented them some information, and their board is currently working on a scope of work to present to the village so that we can improve what the $80,000 will be spent on. The catch is it needs to be expended and reimbursed prior to June 30th of 2023, so we're in a short deadline, and they are aware of that.
In this, Mayor Pro Tem, if I may.
Yes.
And this is still in the Midtown District, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, Counselor.
Yes, sir.
This one is separate than the one that we're talking about with capital improvements.
Right.
This one was specifically listed for operational type of expenditures for that Midtown District. But, as you recall, we have funded their operational plans, so they're going to have to come back with additional type of services that they're going to be providing to that Midtown District.
Okay. Thank you.
Sounds good.
I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Yes, sir.
To approve intergovernmental agreement number NMMS 2023-002 with State of New Mexico Economic Development Department for the benefit of the Ruidoso Midtown Association in the amount of $80,000.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Thank you very much, Samantha. Item number 9, discussion and possible action on appropriation grant number 22 G40464 with the Department of Finance Administration, State of New Mexico Local Government Division to plan and design an addition to the Ruidoso Community Center to enlarge the commercial kitchen, storage area, and meeting spaces in the amount of $13,700. Anthony.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Manager Dodge. Yes, this appropriation is for the addition to the Ruidoso Community Center at 501 Southern Drive. It's to add additional kitchen space to it so we can have additional equipment and to add meeting space. The center now is, where we have a lot of traffic going through there, so our meeting space is just taken over, so we need a lot more of it to have additional classes. There are classes that have been presented to me that they want to do, but there's just no time to put them in there. Being with the space that we have, so this addition to it would be able to allow us to have more meeting space for different classes and also to provide more meals out of the center and a lot more items with the meals because we're limited on equipment that we have there. So this addition would be huge to the center and stuff. This is just for the plan and design of it, to get somebody to, an architect of some sort to design the entire thing so we can have cost estimates according to this design, so I can plan another grant application in the future for this. So this is just the start of a big thing for us.
Good,
Any
very good.
questions that y'all have?
Any questions for Mr. Montes?
Hang in there, Anthony.
Yep.
I'm trying.
I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, gladly move to approve appropriation grant number 22G40464 with the Department of Finance Administration, State of New Mexico Local Government Division to plan and design an addition to the Ruidoso Community Center to enlarge the commercial kitchen, storage area, and meeting spaces in the amount of $13,700.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Jackson? Aye. Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
And Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thanks,
Very
Anthony.
good job. Item number 11, discussion and possible action on proposal from Four Winds Mechanical, HTC AC Inc. for the replacement and removal of a 30-ton package unit HVAC system in the amount of $127,154.94, including gross receipt tax.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, this proposal comes from Four Winds Mechanical, located in Albuquerque. They would remove the existing HVAC system and then install a new 30-ton system.
Finally,
Yes.
finally.
And get rid of the noise of the wheat thresher.
I was gonna ask Diane, is this really necessary?
It's very necessary.
I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll move to approve proposal from Four Winds Mechanical, HTC AC Inc. for the replacement and removal of a 30-ton package unit HVAC system in the amount of $127,154.94, including gross receipts, tax, and bond.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Thank you very much, Denise. I just
Yeah,
wanted to
thank
get you
you.
out to go vote, so get out there and vote. Item number 10 is discussion and possible action on award of ITB number 2023-005B and contract with Roper Construction, Inc. for the Alto 3 H 1979 POD 5 and Alto 4 H 1979 POD 6 well improvement project in an amount not to exceed $2,444,637, including gross receipt tax.
Hi,
Hi.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council. So this project is to rehab the wells we have drilled in the past. And so our goal is to get them back online into production and bring them in and tie them into our A2 and up to Water Treatment Plant 3. And so we are requesting in the bid amount to award the base bid and the added alternatives, which includes the washovers of the two wells.
That's right.
And when I was looking over this, I did realize we did have a typo in the amount, and I would like to update you on that.
What is that typo amount?
It's gonna be $2,491,377.05. It is included in the packet as well. And I did wanna also let you know, we did go out for, we did go out for bid. We did get 2 bids, and Roper Construction was our lowest bid.
Was the lowest bid, okay.
And that was $2,491,377.05?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Ashley.
That's very good. Any other questions for Ms. Ashley?
I move that we accept the award of ITB 2023-005B and contract with Roper Construction, Inc. for Alto 3 H 1979 POD 5 and Alto 4 H 1979 POD 6 well improvements project in an amount not to exceed $2,491,377.05, including gross receipts tax.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, please?
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
And Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you very
Ashley.
much, Ashley. Very good.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'd like
Yes,
to
sir.
ask a question. Numbers, you're done. Thank you. Sorry, not for you. Numbers 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, we discussed pretty heavily at the workshop.
Right.
Can we just bundle those all into one motion?
That's what I was gonna ask our council, if we could do that and just take one whole action at one time. But I believe we put it on here because there's different rates of each of these contracts. Is that correct, Austin?
Mayor Pro Tem, yes, sir. The different rates according to the different hangars that we have. The only one that's generally different is the Alpha hangar, which is being occupied by Larry Jessen. That hangar is $400 a month.
So that first one is 400 and the rest are what?
250.
250.
But there's no prices on here, so
Right. Right.
could we just take
So-
them together?
I'll go ahead and make a motion, and we'll see if this one flies. I like that. Hey, pretty good. I'll move to approve T-Hanger lease agreements between the Village of Ruidoso and Sierra Blanca Regional Airport with the following people: Larry Jessen for Alpha 2 T-Hanger, Joseph Shell for Charlie 10 T-Hanger, Luke Meter for Charlie 12 T-Hanger, Dave Stepp for Bravo 9 T-Hanger, James Lee West for Bravo 4 T-Hanger, and Tomas Peralta for Charlie 13 T-Hanger.
I'll second it.
Who won?
Oh, he did. Who carries a gun?
We have a
Mr.
motion.
Mayor Pro Tem, I just had
Yes.
and I know that Councilor Coughlin brought this up during the workshop, but because the dates on this were dated back in September, are we retro dating these to be effective on the dates in the contracts?
I believe so.
Okay.
They've already taken possession.
From this point forward, as Councilor Coughlin mentioned at the workshop, that let's have these prior before they have to come up for renewal.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Approachment on the floor.
Oh, hold on, we got
More stuff.
Mr. K coming up here.
Just real quick on these types of hangars, a lot of these types of hangars, if we have to have them approved prior to the people moving in, we won't have people moving into these hangars. They show up a lot of times and say, I need a hangar for the summer. We're gonna be working on a policy between myself and Austin to come up with policies, how we do this, and if we have to have them in there before that, we'll bring the agreements to the mayor and have him sign them and ratify them.
And then ratify them.
Yes, sir.
Right.
That's the plan of what we're looking at.
That works as long as we get the agreement signed before they move in,
Yes,
is
sir.
what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
Or what we were concerned about, so.
Mayor Pro Tem, I
Yes,
think, after the discussion at the workshop, I think the council would be comfortable if there was a written policy that gave the manager some discretion.
Yes.
Yeah, but, we don't want to just be ratifying at every turn, so we need written procedure that gives authority to the manager.
Yes.
So we'll bring that back.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem and council.
That sounds good. We have a motion and a second on the floor. We'll take a roll call, please.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Eby? Aye. Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
And Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
That's it for our regular items. I don't believe we have a closed session, or do we?
Yes, we do have an item that we need to discuss. I just had one suggestion that, You know, Counselor, if you really wanted to make it easy, you said move to approve item 12 through 17.
Well,
I just figured.
at this time, it's already dark.
I'm just teasing you, but
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Temp, you did pass up the
Oh, I'm sorry. I did pass up the reports from municipal officials.
Oh, that's right.
And we'll start with Councilor Eby.
I'm gonna pass it, but, thank everybody for coming today, and I hope you went out there and voted. And I will say that I did get to see a demonstration of the laser shot program, with, DC Minner was demonstrating that, along with, the officer, I forgot his name. But it's very impressive, so whenever you all get a chance, go take a look at it.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Letterman.
I just wanted to have a shout out to the Lady Warriors volleyball team. They won
Yay.
district and they're going to state tomorrow. And so this weekend is going to be a big time. And to remind everybody that the first playoff for the football team, the Ruidoso Warriors, is Friday
It's
night
Friday night,
at 6 o'clock.
Yeah,
Don't
6
forget to
o'clock.
go online to New Mexico, NMAA to get your tickets.
Thank you very much. I had that down too, but you reminded me again. Councilor Jackson.
I'll pass, but I want people to get out and vote, and I want them to get their flu shots.
Yes.
Got it.
Oh, yeah.
Councilor Coughlin.
Well, Josh left, but I was going to congratulate him. I've gotten some pats on the back to pass along to him for the Paradise Hull Road intersection. It is so smooth. They said now they can take that corner at 50 miles an hour and not have a problem. Also, you know, congratulations to all those who chose to run for office. We'll find out later tonight, hopefully, who won. And congratulations, Samantha. It was a hard-fought battle.
But you
Yeah.
persevered.
Congratulations, Sam.
I'm going to demand a recount on that. Councilor Hooker.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Halloween positives, again, the Midtown shutting that down, great. Police Department, Parks and Rec, people that I met that didn't even live here said, wow, ooh, greatest thing ever. So let's hope we can keep that going. Voting again. Veterans Day is Friday, thanks to my fellow veterans. And as you know, there's a difference in Veterans Day, Memorial Day, and all those different things. So again, that's all I got.
Thank you.
Thanks for your service.
Yes, thank you for your service, Councilor Jackson,
And
Councilor
Jackson,
Hooker.
yes.
And that's where I was gonna say on that veterans note, at the senior center at 10:30, they're having a ceremony honoring the veterans and raising the flag at 11 o'clock. So,
And
thank
then
you all.
lunch.
If I could have a motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we move into closed session for discussion of limited personnel matters citing 1015-1H2 NMSA 1978. Further discussion subject to the attorney-client privilege pertaining to the threatened or pending litigation in which the Village of Ruidoso is or may become a participant, citing 1015-1H7 NMSA 1978. And finally, discussion of the purchase, acquisition, and/or disposal of real property and/or water rights by the Village of Ruidoso, citing 1015-1H8 NMSA 1978. Any action taken as a result of the closed session we brought back into open session, and I so move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Eby? Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
And Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Temp, if we can invite Zach, Jenny, Ron, and Chief Chavez.
All those report.
Or else.
Yep. Thank you all for.
tickets while you're in line, too.
Not yet.
The numbers, they say, have been, there's somebody out there with a ticket.
Oh, somebody has a ticket?
Yes. There was,
person.
yep.
Can you imagine if you were the owner or whoever operates this
Oh, my God, because they get a percentage of
percentage
it.
of that?
Oof.
And it's one point, what is it, 1 billion?
No, it was two.
2 billion?
I think it went up to 2 point something billion.
Yeah, it's over 2 billion.
Well, I wouldn't have to work at the Allsup's anymore.
No, my goodness. Pay everybody off. That's it.
Ready?
We're good.
Are we good? I'll entertain the motion to come out of closed session, please.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move that we come out of closed session and further attest that all matters discussed in closed session were pertinent only to the motion for closure.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Salas?
Aye.
And Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
All right. With no further business coming to this council, we will adjourn.
Good job. Oh, all the twists and
Recording
turns
stopped.
today? I think you got everything that could go wrong and would go wrong. Except for loss of